meeting of the King George County Board of Supervisors.
Call to order this meeting of the King George County Board of Directors of the Service Authority.
Please join us in the invocation led by Ms. Kathy Bender and followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please, Lord, help us, guide us to make the right choices for the citizens of our community and for the ratepayers of the Service Authority, and all of us to have a very civil and good conversation and help to find the solutions for what the county has in store. Amen.
Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, the Republic, for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you, everyone. Do we have any amendments to the agenda?
Mr. Chairman? So looking at our audience, I know we have quite a contingency here for, I'm trying to find the specific item. It is for 04-11 under Board of Supervisors. I was wondering if you may want to move that up earlier on the agenda for the Board of Supervisors.
Yeah, we had talked about the possibility of moving that right before the public hearing. Can I get a motion on that, or do we just need consent?
So moved.
Properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries. All right, so we'll move the. Got it. All right. Any other amendments before we move on? Okay, seeing none, we'll open the floor to public comment. Comment will be limited to 3 minutes per person in order to afford everyone an opportunity to speak. Please provide your full name and your district when submitting your public comment so they can be properly included in the public record. First up, we've got Ms. Terry Morgan.
Hello. I'd like to thank the Board of Supervisors. I'm pleased to be back in person again after a few months of just watching online and things, so it's nice to be here rather than online. I aim to be very concise with my comments to ensure clarity and prevent misunderstanding or misquotations. I strongly believe in the Second Amendment and fully support the stance that this board and this county has taken on that on multiple occasions. However, I mentioned a couple months ago, and I want to reinforce this statement. However, I found it quite concerning that during the April 10th meeting with Sheriff Giles, there was a question from Supervisor Stroud about our collaboration with federal agencies. The sheriff's response was, I quote, "It was not a good look for me in my office," which I believe was not only unprofessional but also potentially dangerous to our citizens. I call for clarity in the immediate response in the reference to this, as our citizens generally need to be safe, and we ask, or are we asking them to be at risk and be the next headline news due to the preventable tragedies we have due to preventable tragedies? We have a duty to do everything possible, working closely with federal agencies such as DHS and ICE. Our deputies need to be properly trained and protect our citizens. Working in coordination with state officials to avoid problems and ensure community safety is one of the responsibilities not only of the Sheriff's Department but every citizen in King George. I respectfully ask this board take the steps necessary to address the comments made and to acknowledge where we stand as a county in regards to the cooperation before, during, and after detaining of any illegal immigrant in our county, so that citizens are not statistics after the fact, and so that we as citizens can feel that we're being looked after in a good way, so that someone can feel comfortable and I don't have to look at my neighbor and be scared. I don't want to look at my neighbor and be scared, and I don't want to look at my neighbor and see the next picture on the news headlines. I feel that that's the least the citizens of King George can ask. And I don't really care if it looks bad on a person, and I don't really care if it looks bad on an individual group. What I care about is my family, my kids, your family, your kids, and this community being safe before an incident, during an incident, and after an incident. And the way to ensure that is by having the correct correspondence between agencies. And I'd like to stand on that just as we stood wholeheartedly on the Second Amendment.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Next up, we have Pastor James Shaw.
James Shaw, James Monroe District, columnist for the Northern Next Sentinel, citizen journalist, kgmedia.top, speaking in part in my capacity as an EDA member. So what new hat do we have that bears a question mark? After stumbling into a study and related article that reveals the benefits of using questions over statements in trying to bring consensus, I asked myself, how can I illustrate the creative use of questions in an under 3-minute presentation like this? While statements have their place in times past, challenge yourself and ask yourself what deep-reaching and creative results can come through the use of very creative questions. Do you know that statements can be fact-checked, but questions are seemingly and magically immune? The mere use of a well-worded question can instead open the floodgates of creativity to answer questions like, how can we do this better, faster, cheaper? And with our budget presentation this evening, one certainly can note that Mr. Smolnick and ask him, how many questions did you ask during this process to bring about the many solutions to complex budget challenges? The future of our county is partly in your hands as you consider asking a question like, how can I draw out latent creativity that lies just below the surface, that awaits the awakening action of just the right question? So, will God continue to bless the King George Renaissance as we ask better questions? Is this the end? I was successful in only using questions there until that.
Thank you, sir. All right, that's all the people that have pre-signed up. Do we have anybody in the audience who would like to make public comment tonight? Mr. Dines, do you have anybody online? Nope. All right, thank y'all. Does anybody receive any correspondence? Seeing none, I'll close public comment at this time, and we'll move on to reports from the board members. And it would help if I actually call on somebody. Mr. Robotham.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Sullins. So I'll keep it short, but I know I did get some feedback. Mr. Hamilton here took some Cub Scouts out a couple weeks ago to gave them a presentation at the county building here, and then took them down to one of the water plants over here at the public elementary school. I know the scouts were thankful and excited. I know I took my son over there with me after soccer, so I missed the first half, but I was able to attend the second half with them, and a couple of the parents after the fact were very appreciative of what Mr. Hamilton had done, and the scouts definitely enjoyed it. So that was well put on by Mr. Hamilton, and I just want to thank you for that. That was good. So I would encourage anybody else in the community, other especially young groups like the Cub Scouts or Girl Scouts or any other group that has an interest in that, to approach the service authority, call us or Mr. Hamilton himself, and we can schedule something accordingly. Other than that, that's all I got, sir. Thank you.
Very much. Ms. Bennett?
Yes, I have to tell you funny on that, Lee, because Mr. Hamilton told me one thing he learned from that too is not to schedule the water plant tour with 8-year-olds next to a playground, because they get a little distracted because there's a playground there. But I do appreciate it, because it is good to have that community engagement. Maybe some of the other groups in the county and the middle school and high school students can see what a water plant is, and maybe a pump station or something like that. I'll keep my report very short. I've talked to a lot of people about reassessments in the budget over the last couple of weeks. Some issues with VDOT and not issues, just why isn't my road not on the list, and questions that we always get. And then I got to attend the Go Virginia Summit yesterday, some good speakers, and we had our couple other meetings like Healthy Generations and other things that I serve on, including the Eastern Virginia groundwater meeting, and we're waiting for the governor to sign the groundwater report that in the mapping they showed is King George has a couple more critical cells, mostly in the Sealston area, but that report is not. They gave us a little preview and a teaser of what this report will be, but it has not been released yet because it needs the governor's signature first, and it's been sitting there for a while. So hopefully it'll come out soon, and we can have some discussions about what's in that report. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
It was a couple of weeks of budget discussions with people in the community. A couple of business owners reached out and we talked through what things we're doing to make sure we end up with a balanced budget. Also had some contact with one of the communities we worked with over the winter storms, Sedgwick Crossing, and the road transfer to VDOT, which we're going to hear a little bit about on the agenda later tonight. So, for me.
All right, thanks very much. Mr. Strauss?
Thank you, sir. First, I'd like to nominate Carolyn Tedder to the Rappahannock Area Community Services Board to fill one of our vacant positions we have there.
Second. Motion properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, sir. I attended part of the Go Virginia Economic Development Forum, and I felt that there was a welcome push to not only increase the opportunities for cyber, AI, the medical field training certification, but also towards the CNC, machinist, and welding types of training and certifications for the community. Our EDA members were present, and they made a good showing. And I hope that some of the occupational fields that were being looked at by the District 6 EDA will also be considered by our school board. We can take some of that information back to them. I haven't had a chance to do that. I know you haven't, or probably nobody has yet. I'm looking at Mr. Smolnick and his team there, but hope that we can do that. So everybody knows that we're in the budget season, and we're going to talk about it tonight. We've been talking about it. We had our budget work session 2 Fridays ago, and I've been approached a number of times regarding the budget process. Yesterday happened to be at the polls, and it was convenient to people. I was conveniently there for people to ask and talk to. And people are asking about what's going to happen with the assessments and what's going to happen about the taxes and the taxes rates. We get approached and asked and spoke at a number of meetings about taxes, keeping taxes low, don't raise our taxes and such. And I've had several discussions with the county administrator, Mr. Smolnick. And you may remember during the budget meeting, I asked him to provide us a report articulating why the county's budget increases every year. I did this for several reasons. One, I feel it's important that we articulate in plain language to our citizens these financial details as it's their money. I want to know so I understand and can ensure that when I'm making decisions, I'm not supporting frivolous or unnecessary spending. And it's important that those spending our citizens' money know we are watching and paying attention. It's one thing to get large spreadsheets in such fine print we can't read it. I've been using this a lot. Then we're told, sir, we provided you that to you. And I can't deny it because I don't know what I got. It's easier to ask for data and information that's consumable by our citizens. And that's not a hit on our finance department or the team. It's a lot of data that they go through, and we get the spreadsheets, and you guys have access to them on the links that you get with the board. It's just a lot of it's a lot of data, and it's a lot of information. So what I was asking for and have asked for is to get that information in a way that it is consumable. So I want to thank Mr. Smolnick and his staff for working to provide that information I asked for during tonight's report. I think you're going to provide it tonight. I've I've met with him, I've met with the staff, I've talked to them, about it in the past and recently and today. And, I know that Mr. Smolnick was just wrapping the report up within the last couple hours. And he's done and provided what I asked for. And I know that that's stressful on you trying to do it the day of the meeting. And it's stressful on you and the staff. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate what you guys go through to provide that to us and really to the citizens. And I hope that it answers a lot of those questions for people tonight. Ms. Morgan, thank you for speaking tonight and for paying attention during the meetings. So I appreciate that. So I think the only person who really can speak to that in more detail is the sheriff himself. So I have spoke to him, and he broke it down for me why he did that. But he's the one that needs to do that, not me speaking for him. Pastor Shaw, there's a book, and it's called "It Doesn't Hurt to Ask," and it's kind of a good book, but I believe that it doesn't hurt to ask. So that's good comments I think you provided tonight. So this is going to take a little bit of time, I guess, but I know that my questioning and the things that sometimes that I say, it makes people uncomfortable. And I do not do that to be mean-spirited. I'm not a mean-spirited person. I don't do it for that. I ask those questions because I feel it's my job. I'm not doing it to be mean, although some people may want to paint the picture rather than facing the facts or being willing to consider other options, especially if those options aren't easy or place them in a position where they have to make tough choices rather than place their tough decisions on someone else to deal with, such as the supervisors. In business, there are a lot of tough decisions. As a business owner, you want to pay your employees as much as they want. You want to provide 100% benefits, 4-day work weeks, 30-day vacations, 11 paid holidays, remote work, etc. But that's not realistic in most businesses. Why? Because in business, we have to be competitive. If our competitors offer similar quality products or services for less, people will buy from someone else. They'll buy from them. So we're driven to provide the best products and services at the best price. We must continually work to become more efficient. I feel here at the county and in a lot of government, people don't experience that. In business, there's only so much money. If an employee wants more, they may feel they deserve more, and maybe they do. Quite often they do. But as a business owner, you only have two ways of getting money. You either make it, meaning you charge more for it, or you borrow it. In business, if one of my program managers comes to me asking more money and says that, he's got employees who want more money, then there's only one certain ways to get it. And I either take it from somebody else, from another program, which means I'm taking it from those employees, or say no to avoid increasing costs. Remember that I can only increase costs so far without pricing us out of business. If I go back to our customers and say, I need to charge you more than we agreed to because that's not than we agreed to in the contract or in the agreement, that's not going to go over too well. In fact, the government will provide us a negative evaluation. A lot of our work is government work. In business, it's called failure to perform. We fail to perform if we have to charge more money than what we agreed to. But here in the county, the staff, school superintendent, constitutional officers, they take last year's budget, add the desired step increases, pay increases, benefit costs, etc., and hand it over to the board to approve. Nobody says to them, well, we're not going to ask our citizens to pay more, figure it out. Instead, they get more. The budgets keep increasing. As supervisors, we get inundated with fear of losing our employees to surrounding counties, So people are scared in increasing taxes to deal with the fear. I would argue it's not our job to ensure employees reach their salary goals. Sometimes employees need to change jobs to increase their income. In so doing, opportunities are created for new employees. The citizens shouldn't be required to provide the good ship lollipop for county employees when they themselves have to work harder, change jobs, get second jobs, or have dual income households, et cetera, to provide that safety net and salary assurance for county employees. I'm sure there are people that don't like hearing it, but it's reality, or it should be. As in any business, there are positions that are more valuable to the county than others. I've spoken at length with Mr. Smolnick, a couple of the directors and constitutional officers recently and in the past, and I'm confident as a county we could address manpower differently. And I've got some bullets here. One of them is to institute merit increases across the board. Okay, everybody doesn't get a raise. The people that perform and perform higher, they get more of a raise for just doing your job. If you don't do your job, you'll get the opportunity to get another one. Our firefighters, our deputies, and teachers are a different challenge. We compete against counties with more funding. We have taken action to offset that with approving the data centers, but that's still a few years off, and we have to act and do things in the interim. So that doesn't mean that all employees aren't valuable either. I hope I've addressed that. You know, we reward those that are overachievers by giving them the raises and the bonuses. And Mr. Smoldick, you're the one who knows who the overachievers are and who, if there aren't overachievers, who the lackluster employees are. And maybe we don't have any. I don't know. I mentioned the firefighters, the deputies, the teachers because you guys have heard, if you listen to the meeting, and you guys have heard the chief, the sheriff, and the superintendent all make their case for why and how we lose employees to surrounding counties. I've heard different opinions on that from residents, but the challenges that we face there with the surrounding counties is they have more money and they have a bigger budget, and they have some of them have data centers already, and they have other sources of income. So we have the challenge until we have that revenue coming in from the data centers. We have a challenge to close the gap, or how bad we're willing to, what pain factor we're willing to go to, because we don't want to lose our employees that are valued employees and that we've trained that we have here. And the people who are in control of those departments are the ones who are able to make the decisions on that. But in the interim, we have a gap to close as best we can. Our other employees, and we have some awesome employees, Mr. Smolnick is coming on board. Is definitely, we've seen some huge improvements in some areas in the county, and we're grateful for that, and we want to take care of them. So, without going into any further detail there, I'll just kind of close it out at that. But thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Mr. Davis?
I won't take a lot of time. We got a lot on the agenda tonight. I just want to say thank you to everyone coming out. Good to see familiar faces, and good to see people and be involved in their county. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you, sir. I won't go through all the engagements like I normally do. I'll just say that probably the one that I enjoyed the most this week was I got to spend have a cup of coffee with one of our residents at Starbucks over Sunday after church, and she's got a neat concept of how we might be able to save some money for the school system. So hopefully we'll I'll talk with my counterpart, Ms. Davis, and our boards and Mr. Smolnick and Dr. Boyd, and maybe we'll hear more about this in the future. But it seems like a doable concept. I do have a few nominations that I want to make. The first one, I have somebody in mind for the Tourism Advisory Committee, but you see me texting back and forth. I was delinquent in getting her what that entails, so I'm not gonna bring that up until I get confirmation that she's comfortable doing it. But I would like to, I've had an open spot on the planning commission for a few weeks now, and, I got confirmation from, Mr. Mark Jennings that he's interested in filling that, so I'd like to nominate Mark Jennings to fill my, at-large open seat on the planning commission.
Second.
Properly said, go ahead.
I do have a discussion. So does that mean that we're going back to a 10-member board? I just want that confirmed because, but then you would have 2 appointees.
I think everybody has 2 appointees at this point, except for me.
Correct, but I thought we were going to, maybe that was my bad, pare it down by attrition, but obviously with your appointment, that's not paring them down.
We've kicked it around, but we never came up with a final decision. And it's been brought up in the past that, we leave seats empty, and I didn't want to leave the seat empty. I've never had issue with it being a 10-member board. I think having diversity of thought is not a bad thing. They only meet once a month. Their meetings are shorter than ours, and I have yet to hear of them having a problem getting a quorum. So I have no issue with it.
But sometimes bigger boards can be cumbersome because there's a lot of opinions.
You can always vote no.
I mean, I have nothing against Mark Jennings. I think he would be very good fix, but I do have it to approving that, and then we have stuck to the 10-member board.
Yeah. Any other discussion?
I have no issue with moving it back to the 10-member board.
I concur with Kathy. I just think keep it smaller. I only have one on there now, myself.
Right. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. Thank you. All right, and so I also wanted to bring it before the board. We've done this in the past where we did a proclamation for an Eagle Scout. This is actually the younger sister of one that we did last year. And I was wondering, would the consensus be okay to work with Jackie and have another proclamation done in honor of Sydney Landreth?
So what was your Eagle Scout project, just for curiosity?
I have to find that out. I can't remember.
Just for curiosity, they do some cool projects. I was just wondering.
Yeah, I'll bring that to the next meeting.
A lot of work goes into that, I would definitely support that.
Yeah. Okay. So good consensus? All right. Are you good handling that? Awesome. Thank you, ma'am. And the last topic, and then I'll shut up and move on. The May 19th meeting, we've talked about this, around this for a few weeks now. We're going to need to move that because that's the night of high school graduation at King George, and I know a lot of folks want to attend that, so I don't want to make them have to choose between coming and seeing our silly faces and watching their children walk across the stage. So can I have a motion, or do we want to discuss it before we did a motion? I'd prefer Monday just to get it out of the way, and there's no school board meeting that night because they've got all their stuff knocked out ahead of time for the graduation the following night.
If you give me 1 second, I just got to check where's GWRC's meeting.
Oh, that's a good point.
I don't mind moving it. I just would skip that meeting if I had to.
Hang on, I'll find out for you because it's.
I'm gonna find it quicker than I was.
Okay, so FAMPO is Monday, May 18th, but not GWRC.
And I would make a motion to move the May 19th meeting to May 18th.
All right. Motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye, motion carries. All right, we'll move on to the consent agenda at this time.
Make a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Motion properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, by roll call. Ms. Bender?
Aye.
Mr. Davis? Allen?
Aye.
Ms. Metz?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. And we'll shift it over to the Board of Directors.
Did you want to do, is there any constitutional
Oh,
officers?
sorry, somehow skipped that one. Sorry about that. Constitutional officers?
So I'll say no. So
And you're gonna speak to us anyway? Yep, awesome. All right, now then,
Okay, all right, well, now we'll open the Board of Directors meeting, and can I have a motion on the consent agenda?
move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion, properly second, and any discussion? All right, Mr. Robotham,
Aye.
Mr. Davis, Mr. Solms,
Aye.
Mr. Metz.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes. Next up, we have no public hearing, and our presentation, Bowden, I think Mr. Hamilton will give a brief summary. The staff is down at the Virginia Rural Water, I think it's Rural Water Convention down in Roanoke, so they are not able to be here. So I think Mr. Hamilton was going to give a brief summary. Mr. Hamilton?
Good evening, folks. Just two things I pulled from the report I wanted to highlight. Otherwise, everything is basically operating as it should be with respect to the water treatment plants and the wastewater plants. If you read the report that Bowden submits monthly, there's a note in there about a well failing in the Canterbury system. I actually had an inquiry about it this evening. I just want to point out there are two wells in Canterbury. The well itself did not fail. The pump burned up. And I'm going to cover this in my brief report in a few minutes, but we're about to be opening up the interconnection between the Canterbury system and the Circle system and the courthouse system. So we'll all become one system, and therefore we will not need a second well in Canterbury. So we elected to not spend the money. It will probably be $15,000 or $20,000 to replace that well pump. And in a month or two, we wouldn't need the well anymore. My intention will be to abandon the plant in Canterbury. It's old and decrepit. It's not worth putting any money in. So if that came up, I just wanted to let people know that. Otherwise, everything's fine with the water systems. We haven't had any positive bacteria samples. On the wastewater side of things, there was a note about an exceedance on our monthly limits for nitrogen at the Perkins Corner plant. I also want to point out that that plant is about to come out of service as we're wrapping up this project with ACE Environmental, upgrading the hop yard plant and transferring over different pump stations that have been pumping to Perkins. We will be decommissioning the Perkins plant probably within the next 90 days. So not overly concerned about that exceedance. So that's really all I have with respect to the Bowden report.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions about the report? Right. Next up, we'll go to the recommendation to approve the Stantec proposal for the Service Authority rate study in the amount of $84,500 for funds to be appropriated from the Capital Project Fund 303. Mr. Hamilton?
Yeah, I just wanted to make one comment after coordination or better coordination with the finance office about how we should move forward with this. If we were going to move forward with this, we had originally talked about taking the funds from the Capital Project Fund. In fact, Ms. Cobb recommended earlier this week that we go ahead and pull the money from the operating budget. It does appear that we've got enough money in the operating budget to go ahead and fund this project. I also want to point out that even if we were to approve it tonight and start, we will not manage to complete the project and spend the $84,000 before the end of the fiscal year. So my recommendation would be that we go ahead and approve it, move forward. We'll pay for half of it out of this year's budget and put half of it in the fiscal year 2027 budget, operating budget, not the capital project budget.
Does anybody have any questions upon reading over the study? No? All right. Do I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve the Stantec proposal for the King George County Service Authority rate study in the amount of $84,500 with the funds to be appropriated from the Capital Project Fund 303, or the operating budget.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, oh, no, this is a roll call vote. Mr. Robotham?
Aye.
Mr. Davis? Mr. Solon?
Aye.
Mr. Metz?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. Next up is to consider revisions to the Service Authority Board of Directors meeting schedule. Mr. Hamilton, did you want to take that, or I could take it?
This is really not an initiative that I generated. I'm happy to
Facilitate?
do whichever you prefer.
So I guess just to formalize, so the folks, I mean, I know that Mr. Smolnik and Ms. Fish have talked about starting in July 1st as a transition, because that would be the new fiscal year. Am I correct, Mr. Smolnik and Mr. Hamilton? So would you just switch over to once a month, the second meeting of the month, because that's when Bowden usually has their report. Is that good with everyone? So it'd be
The third Tuesday.
third
right?
Tuesday, but the second meeting of the
Right.
month.
What time?
So that's the question, 5 or 5:30, would 5 be okay for everyone? 5 would not be okay. 5:30? That would push back the board meeting. I mean, we could make the service authority portion be under an hour. We could give it that length and move it along. Most likely it would be less than an hour.
I just think we're gonna get right back into why we switched to begin with. I think we're gonna be running long and running to the Board of Supervisors meeting, and people are gonna be coming in and out. I just think it's, I'm just kinda curious of why it has to be stuck on the same day, week. Standalone meeting, why does it have to be on the same day?
I mean, you don't have to follow tradition, but it's always been on the same day for years and since the service authority was created. And I know that a lot of people come for the Board of Supervisor meeting, but the service authority is just as vital. It helps drive economics for the, development, everything in the community. And I don't want the service authority, number one, to be treated as a second to the supervisor. It has just as much as important and just has vital stuff that has to be discussed. But I understand your issue, but that's another day that all of us have to give up in our busy lives to come to a meeting, and our staff, including those that come and film, have to be here, and we have to pay them to do so. So I know I can keep it to under an hour, and as we move, and Mr. Hamilton is here a little longer, we get this baked down and figure out the plan of attack for the meetings and the agenda. I think it can be 100% in under an hour. I think even 30 minutes, depending on the topic.
So I don't think anybody's questioning the importance of the meeting. I think it's really more a matter of, bringing the staff in for an extra day, after hours. I could go either way, but I just don't want you to feel like we think that it's less important.
But where I was saying the staff, and I'll get to you next, Mr. Metz, if we have them come in another day, that's another day when we're bringing in the staff. And a lot of folks don't realize that the service authority gets a lot of free services from the county that they don't pay for, which is a way that the ratepayers actually get support from the citizens and the taxpayers of King George, because we get financial services, we get sometimes some maintenance, we get a lot of services in the county for free. So, make sure we also don't overtax people and don't add extra charges to the bill or whatever, have people who come in on off days. So, Mr. Metz, go ahead.
I was just gonna, if we start at 5:30 and we can hold it to an hour, I think that's about what we're doing now, right? And we're kind of used to this, as long as the board chairs continue to work well together, so that like when that rate study comes out, the public meeting for that doesn't overlap with another big public meeting that we've got on the Board of Supervisors. I think we're well operating board, and if we find that it's not working, we can always adjust on the fly. But I like your point about efficiency. This year of all years, I think we do need to be very efficient with our resources and time, staff time in particular. So I kind of like the idea of third Tuesday, 5:30. If we find that it's starting to push us really late, we'll adjust somewhere during the year.
And one other thing, for a big, like when the rate study discussion comes up, we could have that on a separate night, because we know a lot of people would come out about that. Mr. Smolin, did you have a?
I did have a question, I guess. So if we're going to try to hold it to 1 hour, would that be a hard start time? I'm thinking for when we notify the public for a Board of Supervisors start time, will that be 6:30 on that same night?
Thank you for bringing that up, because then I would suggest that maybe put out for 6 o'clock. Then give enough time. I know 6:30. I don't know. What do you guys think? I'm going to take your feedback on that. Lee, you haven't said anything so far.
So I'll say if we change the agenda to where the service authority fully goes first, then yes. I mean, as we can see, we spent a half hour here with opening remarks for members of the board. The service authority has been going for 7-8 minutes at this point, and we're halfway done the agenda. So I think we can get through the service authority piece. It's just we need to either move all of it to the left, and the board starts at hard at 6. Therefore, if we only go a half hour, you got a half hour gap. Everybody's sitting around. Otherwise, keep it as it is, and we do our best to keep it to an hour.
I feel if all we're doing is taking it from the middle and just putting it at the front, I don't understand, and changing the times of both, really, I don't understand why we would do that. As opposed to, we can just do it once a month and keep it where it is. I mean, all we're doing is going back to the way it was before. But search 30 started at 5:30 and then 6:30 the board of supervisors meeting started. Change that for a reason. So it seems to me we're just changing it back. And then on the other nights, are all the board meetings going to be at 6:30, or they're going to be 5:30? So then people can say I'm confused. What day does it start? 5:30 or 6:30? So you got to get consistent with the board of supervisors meeting starting and what time it is. You can't be flopping on that, changing back and forth. So either it goes to 6:30 and stays there for both nights, starts with that one early, just keep it the way it is. I mean, to me, it's one or the other. But
So when you say keep us the way it is, with the way it is set up today?
I mean, all we're doing is taking it from the middle and just putting that at the beginning. Is the way I see it. We can always just say we're going to do it once a month and keep it where it is. Keep the meetings always consistent, starting at 5:30 as opposed to moving it around. I think people are confused. My dad calls me all the time, say, "Is there board meeting tonight?" He'll call me and say, "What time is it now?"
No, I get that. I thought you meant on a separate night.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. If we're not
I
going to move
would-
to
I
a
would keep
separate
the
night,
times-
so keep it the way it is?
I would keep the times the same the way it is, so.
So what is the consensus? What do you think? 'Cause I don't think we need to have a motion on this, or do we need to have a motion on this? Probably do, because it needs to be the bylaws, correct?
I don't think it is. The bylaws say that you have to meet once a month.
Okay.
Having just reviewed the bylaws, and
Well, just to make it official, would somebody make a motion?
again, I don't think you need to take action tonight if we're not gonna start on this till July anyway, right? None of my business, but
Well, how about this? Let me hear the consensus. We move it to next week and get the legal verbiage and that for how to do so to make sure, or we make a vote tonight. So what would the board like to do, Mr. Metz?
I think, I definitely concur with, in my mind, it's effectively removing the service authority from the agenda on the first Tuesday of the month.
Mhm.
Keep everything else.
Yeah, I agree with that.
All right. Everybody fine with that?
Yep.
Keep it the way it is? And I'll just check with Mr. Stewart to make
is
sure.
that effective July 1 or effective tonight? Just asking.
July 1.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Gives everybody time to prepare, and then I'll
Sure.
just make sure for Mr. Stewart that we don't have to actually vote on it in a public meeting, so. All right. All right, thank you, guys. So next up would be approve the changes to the Service Authority Board of Directors revised bylaws. Mr. Hamilton?
Sorry, I'm struggling with this mic. These changes were actually very minor. They were basically just housekeeping issues. There was a motion made and passed by you folks, I believe, 3 meetings ago to allow remote participation in the event of an illness or something like that, and we didn't actually change the bylaws. I believe your motion was at the time to basically adopt the same wording that was included in the Board of Supervisors bylaws. So that change was incorporated into what I sent you. And then also, I believe there was a typo that said that the fiscal year ran from July 1st to June 13th rather than June 30th. And I don't know what happens in the other 2 weeks, certainly not vacation. So we just corrected that and then changed the date at the bottom when potentially the new bylaws would be adopted. So that's really the only comment I have with respect to that. It's pretty simple. There's no philosophical or operational change.
Do we have any discussion, any questions? Or do we have a motion to adopt this?
Make a motion to approve the proposed changes to the King George County Service Authority Board of Directors bylaws.
Second?
second.
Properly seconded. This might be as weird. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Chair votes aye, motion carries. Has a little delay when you click the buttons, I have to remember that. All right, next up is, you know that we had 2 properties that the Service Authority does not need to use anymore. One was in Fairview Beach, which we did sell to a resident, and then there was a property right next to the HOA and the Presidential Lakes Clubhouse that we inherited when we inherited the Presidential Lake system, and that is unneeded. We cleaned up some water tanks on it, and so we have actually received a bid on that property so that we can get rid off of our hands, and it'll be somebody else's problem from now on. So I am going to take a discussion item. We don't have to make a vote on this tonight. We can vote to accept the bid, and all the bid was sealed but it has been, distributed to the board members. Is there any discussion on this or a motion?
Are you allowed to disclose the dollar amount?
Yes, the dollar amount.
Well,
I don't think it's on here. Mr. Hamilton?
Yeah, I believe the bid was $5,275, and just to be consistent with last time, I won't name the bidder. But I apologize for the late addition to the agenda. I had tried to work a week in there to review them, but since there was only one bid, there wasn't any necessity to review it.
you said 5,200?
$5,275, I believe, was the bid. And I would suggest you go ahead and accept it. We're never going to recover our investment there.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the sealed bid for the surplus property in Country Lake for $5,275.
Second.
I have a motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? I'll take it by roll call vote. Mr. Robotham?
Aye.
Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Mr. Metz?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. It's also hard to look down because everybody's view line isn't the greatest there, so. All right, the next up is consider changes to the and these are all discussion items. Consider changes to the Service Authority regulations to remove the reference to debt fee and insert reference to base rate. Mr. Hamilton?
Yeah, so as you know, I believe I've mentioned a number of times over the past 6 or 8 months, the number of inquiries we get about the term debt fee, which is included on the bills. I've never seen another water or wastewater utility use that term. In fact, it's what I would consider to be a base rate. Last fall, I sent you folks a EPA definition of what base rate meant. And basically, I'm recommending that you change the reference to debt fee to the words base rate and this is actually in the Service Authority regulations, which is a 90-page document that is available on our website. But there is no reference in those regulations to the fee actually being tied to debt. There is no calculation based on debt service, and I think it's an unfair and unrealistic and not transparent term to call it a debt fee. It creates a lot of bad feeling, and I'm certainly not asking you to take action tonight if you don't feel comfortable on that, but I think you should strongly consider it. I can't tell you how often I overhear conversations with people who are calling in and inquiring from the billing staff about that. I've had a number of conversations with folks about that. Again, the fee itself is not tied to the actual debt service of the Service Authority, which of course is going to be part of what's reviewed by Stantec, so it's conceivable that you might want to wait until that report is completed, but I know they were here 2 weeks ago, and I believe that both the gentleman from Stantec and the gentleman from Davenport Financial agreed that it really wasn't the appropriate term. So that's short and sweet, my position.
Do I have any questions or discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. Davis.
I'd like to make a motion, Service Authority regulations to remove reference to debt fee and insert reference to base rate as per Section 30 General Rate Policy.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion properly seconded. Any further discussion?
Is there any, I'm for moving forward with this, but is there any hidden stuff that we need to know, like no public hearing, no transparency, no issues or anything crazy like that? We're not changing fees, we're just changing wording. Is anybody gonna get upset over that?
I don't
Mr.
know.
Sullins, I looked at that, and of course, I wish Senator Stewart was here, but I believe that what I read in the regulations was that the board of directors have the authority to change them at will.
Okay, I'm good to go.
And of course, if that's not correct, I mean, I think we should consult with the county attorney, but.
And you had said that the rate has nothing to do with the debt anyhow. Is that correct?
The debt fee that is referred to in the regulations, there is no language in there that defines how it is calculated. It's simply called a debt fee.
Yep.
So like I said, it's not as if it's a multiplier or a percentage of or some other mathematical calculation related to debt.
I appreciate you bringing this up. I think this actually helps with transparency because as we've discussed, there's a lot, debt is in that fee, but so is a lot of other things too. So I think as we go forward and open up that transparency a little bit more, this is the beginning of that.
And this was changed, I think, I tracked it back to 2008. No real reason, they just thought it was the right thing to do, but it has caused a lot of angst. That one reference I had asked And on the new bill, when we do the rate study, is that on the bill, it breaks out every bi-monthly, how much towards your fee went to pay off the debt or how the debt is being paid down, just to show people that the debt is being paid down. It's just, there's a lot more that go into this, like buying chemicals, paying the staff, all those things that actually operates a service authority. People don't realize there's a lot of costs that go into that, you know, repairs, all maintenance.
If you don't mind, I'm just going to read this one paragraph for the record. This is from the EPA's website, and it defines basically what a quote base rate is. It says many utilities use a combination of a fixed fee, i.e. base, and a variable fee based on volume for their water rate structure. Fixed charges generally include the price the customer pays as a base charge to help cover costs for maintaining existing infrastructure, repaying loans and bonds used to build the infrastructure. Variable charges are the price the customer pays per volume of water used, which reflects the cost of providing water, such as the cost for chemical treatment to provide safe water and energy to move and deliver the water. I think that's as fair a definition as the difference.
Do we have any other questions before I take the vote? No. All right, Mr. Robotham?
Aye.
Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Solons?
Aye.
Mr. Metz?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. Next up is, Mr. Hamilton has the upcoming renewal of the contract agreement with Emboden Environmental Services.
Yeah, really, I just wanted to bring this to your attention. In fact, their current contract expires at the end of April. I'm still in the process of reviewing it. It's a very lengthy contract, and of course, we're going to recommend renewing it. They've submitted a revised or renew contract, but there are some things that I need to review with respect to fees and charges, particularly since we're going to have some infrastructure, i.e. one less wastewater plant, a couple of water treatment plants that will no longer require their service. So I need to make some evaluation of that and have a conversation with the owners at Emboden about the fee structure. I also will probably recommend that we include a clause that either has an automatic renewal if neither party gives notice to terminate, or some type of automatically going to a month-to-month type contract. So I want to bring this to your attention. I will send it to you folks once I've been through it with comments, and we can get further in the future. Emboden is not going to stop working on me. I just want to make you folks aware of that.
Does anybody have any questions? This is just to bring it to the attention for further. You have a question?
So they're not going to stop working at the end of April.
No, sir.
That's good. Usually with a contractor, that comes with either increased cost burden, or do we have the authority to actually pay them without a contract? We do. Okay.
Wish you hadn't asked that question because I wasn't anticipating it.
Can you repeat that once with the mic on, just so the public can hear?
Yes, while you're negotiating, fine.
Thank you. All right, any other questions on that? All right, without that being said, Mr. Hamilton, you're up with your general manager's report.
Okay, to be extremely brief, first I'd like to thank you all for the unanimous motion to get rid of the words. The next bill is going to go out in the middle of May, and I will make sure that that is changed if there's no objection from Senator Stewart. I know that will resolve a lot of inquiries. I'm sure it will create some new ones. But just to circle back to your conversation about the monthly meetings, in order to limit the amount of time you hear from me, effective 2 weeks from today or at the next meeting, I will be providing you all a written report every 2 weeks or the Monday before each meeting, to hopefully just give you the details, and I'll make it publicly available as well. And then I'll try to keep my comments to a bare minimum. So I've just got a couple quick things here. One is, you folks have already mentioned the Cub Scout group that we hosted on the 8th of April. There were about 9 scouts and their parents. It was a pleasure to meet with them. It's always a pleasure to teach youngsters about water and wastewater and pollution and things like that. I think it was well received, and I am willing to do that for any group. I don't care if they're adults, children, if you're customers or not. I don't care if you live in the county, frankly, as long as my bosses don't have a problem. I'm happy to do an educational program like that at any time. Secondarily, we did receive a notice of intent to issue a permit for the combined courthouse water system, which is the permit we need to operate the courthouse system as it's interconnected to both the circle system now I've forgotten the name of it, the Canterbury system and the Hop Yard system. I believe that permit, if there are no complaints or questions during the public comment period, will be issued within the next 60 days, which will allow us to, again, operate this as one system and then begin to eliminate some of the older small well and treatment facilities that are just out of date and substandard. And rather than spending money maintaining them and doing tests because we're using the wells, we can eliminate that.
And Mr. Hamilton, the other thing it does is reset that clock, the push to an alternative water source.
Correct. Second, following that, we did get that, like I said, we got that notice last week. I expect to have the final permit within the next 60 days. As the chair mentioned, we both attended a meeting of the Eastern Virginia Groundwater Advisory Council down in Richmond about 2 weeks ago. One fact I took away from that, which I found fascinating, is that 35% of the groundwater usage in the state of Virginia can be attested directly to the paper mills. And that is going to be a conversation I'm going to be discussing with the regulators as they push us to consider an alternative water source. Last but not least, I just want to point out that today is Earth Day. I spent the morning with about 60 kindergartners doing another educational program. It was not here in King George County, but it was a pleasure. Do something nice for the Earth today. Remember that water doesn't divide us, it unites us, and that's all I have.
Right, did anybody have any questions for Mr. Hamilton? All right, well, and now we will have our secondary comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person to afford everyone an opportunity to speak. Please provide your full name and district when submitting your public comments so that it can be properly recorded in the public record. Would anybody here like to come up and speak for the Service Authority only? Is there anybody online? No? Did anybody receive any correspondence? Right, with that being said, do I have a motion for adjournment?
I make a motion that we adjourn the board of directors to Tuesday, May 5th, 2026 at 5:30 p.m. in the boardroom of the Rivercombe Building located at 10459 Courthouse Drive, King George, Virginia. Even though I believe that the AC works here and doesn't work over here, we should be somewhere else. All right.
Do I have a second?
I reluctantly second.
Motion properly second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. The Service Authority Board of Directors meeting has concluded. Mr. Solms?
Thank you, ma'am. All right, I'd like to call up Ms. Renee Parker and then Ms. Claudette Jordan. We're going to do, as we mentioned earlier, we're rearranging the schedule a little bit, and we're going to hit item 04-11, Visualize and Rise, and the Ralph Bunche Alumni Association.
Mr. Solms, hold on one second. Mr. Robotham made a very choice that we probably need to make a motion before we have to reconvene the Service Authority to make a motion to move the Service Authority meeting to May 18th.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Mr. Robotham just tapped me on the shoulder and reminded me.
No, that's a good call. So what do you need us to do?
We reconvene the Service Authority Board of Directors, and I would entertain a motion to change the board meeting on May 19th.
I thought we were doing July 1st.
No, this would move the one that we're moving for graduation.
You're right.
So I make a motion that we move the Board of Directors meeting to Monday, May the 18th at 5:30 at the Rivercombe Building.
Right. Do I have a second? We have a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Parker, for taking the time out. Ms. Jordan, I had to fix that. So I will close the Board of Directors and move it back to Mr. Solms.
All right. Ladies, the mic is yours. Thank you. We're young. We make it happen.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, for adding us to the agenda tonight. We greatly appreciate it. We are here with the Representative Shannon Tolliver from the Visualize and Rise Foundation. My name is Renee Parker. I'm Vice President of the RBAA, along with Claudette Jordan. She's our President of Ralph Bunche Alumni Association. And what we'd like to do tonight is kind of give an update to some members of the board who are more familiar with the efforts of the last few years, and then maybe educate newer board members on what's been going on the last few years with this effort. If we have next slide, please. So not to just go through and read the slides, I'm not going to do that. I know you have the presentation, but I wanted to point out that the identification of Ralph Bunche High School by the Virginia Department of Historic Resources and the National Park Service is what allowed for the $500,000 grant to be applied for and awarded to put the new roof on the building. You're all, I'm sure, aware that this is a state and national landmark, and was was historically significant back in the day for two civil actions. I'm not going to get into the whole history of all of it. I know you have that, and I know you have the Wiley-Wilson report, so I don't want to rehash all of that. But I just want to point out that in the background statements here, the Ralph Bunche Advisory Committee did form in 2021. We got together with various members of the community to form that committee. And about 2 years into that, it became apparent that the real effort from that point on was raising funds. We have an MOU with the county, as you're aware. Ralph Bunche Alumni Association has an MOU. Visualize and Rise has an MOU. And there were stipulations for us, at least, to raise $250,000 by the end of 2026. You'll see as we go through the slides that we're respectfully requesting that we extend that until the end of 2029, and we'll explain why that timeline is important. So the last bullet just mentions that the three entities, the Ralph Bunche Alumni Association, Visualize and Rise, and the county, are continuing to work with government agencies, foundations, and donors to obtain additional funding. We knew from the very beginning that we were not asking the county, it's your building, you own the building, we know that you own the building, you're aware of the historical significance of the building, but from the very beginning, we wanted to do what we could to help with the revitalization, to help with the restoration, focusing on the museum. A lot of the funds that we raise right now are dedicated to the museum so that donors know exactly what they're donating toward. Next slide, please. I mentioned that it was a historical landmark with civil rights significance at the state and national level. Now, to go into what you're facing now with this building, and I didn't mention this at the beginning, but I want to go back and thank you for putting it back on the CIP. It is on the CIP again, and it's crucial that it's on the CIP because of applying for grants. So one of the first things they look for when you're applying for grants is what kind of backing they're getting from the county. And if it's not on the CIP, there's no reason for them to go any further. If it's not something that the county is backing and not something that the county feels is important, then a lot of the people that are holding the money for those grants have a concern over sharing the money. So thank you for putting it back on the CIP. That is very, very important. Our goal, of course, is to transform it into a thriving multi-use facility. In the Wiley-Wilson report that you have, and we're taking some of the information from Wiley-Wilson and including it here, we've listed the priorities where there's a museum gallery, there are STEM programs, the gymnasium there. Many of the board members I know have taken a tour of the school. The focus on the gymnasium was to restore it to its former glory and use that with the stage that's in it for theater, for basketball games, for anything that Parks and Rec wants to rent it out for. So the gymnasium would be a big focus in the building. An event venue, obviously, coaching and mentoring the youth of King George and surrounding counties. Visualize and Rise, we'll talk about that a little bit more when they come up. And then after school and workforce development program, and that included things like adult education, after school activities, obviously. There's a commercial kitchen. So what we've tried to make people understand is that there are organizations that would be there as tenants. Possibly the Historical Society would put the King George Museum in there as a tenant. The Virginia Co-op Extension Office might be a tenant, so you wouldn't pay rent for various organizations in the county. You would save money by having them occupy space in the building, but they would all be tenants. Next slide, please. And I mentioned that because of one of the bullets that's coming up. So obviously the surrounding property and the high school itself is owned by the county. We mentioned here how much square footage the school has. We mentioned how much acreage there's involved there. We mentioned the MOU and partnerships that we have. And then the two last bullets are important because the bottom one particularly, any building improvements, and this is in the business plan. So there is a current business plan. I know that I think all of you've gotten the business plan, and it was updated in 2022. That any business improvements will become the property of King George County. Equipment, furnishings, displays, interpretive signs not permanently affixed to the walls would be under the ownership of the tenants. So even as early as that, we mentioned the possibility of tenants and how that would work with the county. Next slide, please. This is directly from the Wiley-Wilson updated assessment. And these numbers, obviously, they're 2022 numbers, so they're outdated. But this gives you an idea of what came through the original assessment and then the 2022 assessment update of what's necessary. We've thrown around $8 million to $10 million for the last several years. That's been our goal. I think that's what you have on the CIP is a total of $10 million. I'm not sure, without a new assessment, and we'll get to that in the upcoming next steps, um, what these figures truly are. Next slide, please. Wiley Wilson's own action items were obviously the hazardous materials survey. This is why we can't go into the building and do anything to it now. We can't open even a piece of the building to maximize opportunities for grant applications. If just a piece of the building was open to the public, we would have many, many more opportunities for grant applications, and we just don't have that right now. Installation of recommended right turn lane off of Route 301. Obviously, these are VDOT issues. And then a site design and permits. Grading and stormwater, installation of paving subbase, and new well and septic drain fields. So those are all overarching basic things that came out of the Wiley Wilson assessment for action items. Next slide. Potential use floor plan. It's really difficult to see that in this room, but it basically just mentions space for venues, space for the gymnasium, space for classrooms, museum space, different rooms for museum space. You'll get a better image of that in your slides, in your presentation. Next slide, please. So challenges. The mold and potential hazardous materials that are present, the drainage failures causing erosion and infiltration, dated cost information. These are all things that are challenges right now. This didn't come out of their assessment. These are things that we know are challenges today. Limited grant opportunity due to the building being closed to the public. So one of the things we talked about a couple of Board of Supervisor meetings ago was a mitigation for the last bullet might be to rehab and open the foyer and gym first. So that obviously depends on the first bullet, the mold and potential hazard materials present, what's determined with an asbestos and mold inspection, and if it's even feasible to open up a piece of the building. But that really would go a long way to open up just that piece, to get people to the building, to let Parks and Rec manage that part of the building, book that part of the building, and so on, and have kiosk, if you will, in the foyer area, kind of indicating what's coming. Next slide, please. So next steps is, again, oops, let me go back one, please. Next steps would be our request to extend the MOUs with RBAA and Visualize and Rise until the end of 2029. Conduct a detailed structural and environmental study, define the scope of repairs versus replacement options, refine the cost estimates, of course, and evaluate short-term and long-term use strategy. And that's just really related to the possibility of opening the foyer and the gym. And next slide. So what I want to do now
did you say why?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Why that's important?
To open up the foyer and the gym?
Yeah, just
because of the grant application.
Right.
So
okay.
right. So Lisa Hull is somebody that we work with very closely from Northern Neck Tourism. She is a grant guru. So we've worked extensively with her, and I can't tell you how many times she told me that if we could just open a piece of the building to the public, there would be so many more grant opportunities than we have right now. And that's usually one of the very first things on the application. So that's not necessarily an easy thing to do because of the asbestos and the mold. We recognize that, but if that's a lesser expensive and avenue, and it's possible by sectioning off inspections and asbestos and mold repairs, then that would be very helpful to move forward in the future. Ms. Shaw?
Other questions?
One of the questions, and I brought it up to, I think to you, Ms. Parker, and to Ms. Jordan, is that we don't know with that mold and remediation if you have to do the whole building at
Right.
one time, or you have to,
Right.
you can just do one space.
That's where I was going to go.
Right.
With the age of the building, I doubt that it's an issue, but do you know, does it have centralized HVAC the way this is? Because if it's
No.
if it did and there's mold in part of it, there's going to be mold in all of it.
No, never did have it.
Okay,
No.
so that may not be an issue
No.
then. Any questions down here?
I'll just start with, I love the idea of getting some movement, right? I think you and I have chatted, that whole, if you could just open part of it, problem becomes some key pieces that were in that study, right? What do you do for restrooms? I was just pulling it up real quick, and I'm sorry Mr. Hamilton left, but Ms. Bender may know. You're not far from the circle
Right.
water system. I don't think that helps us on sewer. But you know, as I look at your vision for this building, I'm not sure a well and a drain field really meets that need.
Right.
Have you had any conversations on how far you are from interconnecting water and sewer?
No, I mean, we were actually talking about that recently, wondering if there was a possibility of the Eden Drive. I mean, it's right there across the street from the intersection of 301 and Eden. So I'm not sure how the city water I'm not sure how that's connected there, but it's closer there. But we knew that the 301 3 intersection was a possibility. So no, we've not gotten that far. But before we get any further, what I wanted to do was bring up Shannon Tolliver, who is the executive director for Visualize and Rise, and let her do the same update from the last several years of what her organization has done.
Mr. Stolz, I'll complete that question there, is that would be a conversation we have to have, because one of the problems with using the Eden Drive is you have to get VIVA dot permission to go under the road, most likely. And I know with the easements for the ARPA project, correct, Mr. Beal? That might be an issue, to go under the road to bring the water line. Is it pretty routine? So that would be a conversation with.
It sounds like it's not.
It's not, I was wrong, that's all right. It's great to have the VDOT representative here. So that might be something might want to reach out to Mr. Hamilton to. Sorry, Ms.
I'm a
Tolliver.
little shorter. It's okay. Hi, thank you, Renee, for the introduction. Like she said, I'm Shannon Tolliver. Now, Tom, I am the executive director for the Visualize and Rise Foundation. So thank you for the opportunity. I did just want to, in addition to what Renee has presented, she did a great job of recapping. But we have been working, coinciding with the Ralph Bunche Alumni Association, to make sure that we're proceeding with, involving the community with this project. So just wanted to give you a couple updates on how we've been doing that. One, we did the MLK Day of Service. We received a mini grant from Serve Virginia that allowed us to go into the auxiliary building, which you will see some photos of that in the book that I presented. And thank you, Mr. Davis, for taking those off my hands. We went in and cleaned out the building. We had 26 volunteers come out with between Visualize and Rise and Ralph Bunche Alumni Association, where we cleaned that building out. We too are looking at a phased approach. We presented that to the board back in October to do along the lines of what Renee mentioned, trying to get a portion open first so that we can start to generate some revenue coming into the building. If we can get the auxiliary building open in conjunction with maybe the gym top portion of the building, to be able to host some events there and things like that, we've been thinking that might be a good idea to have some additional income coming in for the facility to help us move forward with the project. So we did the day of service for MLK Day. We have obtained some quotes to get the roof fixed for the auxiliary building. As Renee mentioned, the roof has already been corrected on the main part of the building, which has been a great milestone that we've been able to meet. So the reputable vendors that we've gotten roof replacement quotes from, we'll pursue next to see which one, of course, will meet what we can do with the county as far as getting that done. You'll see in your books for section 3 of the binder, there's some conceptual designs that we had created by a company out of Fredericksburg. It gives you an idea of what the space will look like. So Renee mentioned in her presentation of what we would like to do with the space. So the bottom level, the Visualize and Rise Foundation would like to utilize, there will be a tech center that will house computers. There's a lot of flex space. So basically, it's going to be a space for students to come for after-school programs. We want to have a conceptual kitchen in there to be able to teach students how to prepare meals with things that they have in their kitchen. Eating healthy has become a challenge, not just financially, but just learning how to just not go grab something fast food. So we have several resources within our foundation where people will come and teach students how to cook. We are going to have like burners lined up. The kitchen will also be available for things like folks that use the farmers market that need that type of kitchen to prepare their meals. So it'll be available for them to rent out. That was one of the things that we put in our business plan as a use for the building. In addition, there will be conference room availability in the bottom space of the building, a podcast room. Everyone probably knows in here that podcast and broadcasting and green screens and YouTube is definitely a thing that we're in now. Most kids are going to school to learn how to do things like that, so that's one of the areas that you'll see in the book that we are hoping to put in the building to teach children, and all ages, to be honest, but we focus on youth in our organization to show them how to use green screens and do production and broadcasting. The other item that we have completed is we participated in the King George Fall Festival. We have our annual celebrity golf tournament. We also do an annual gala here at the Rec Center in King George. All of these events allow us to raise awareness and generate additional support. If you follow our social media sites, Visualize and Rise on Facebook and Instagram, you'll see we have a great following of people that are in support of this project and people that are ready and willing to provide monetary donations as well as other support things like furniture, computer equipment. We have teachers that have come on board and are willing to help us create curriculums for the after-school tutoring programs. So a lot of momentum behind the program and behind the project. And like Renee said, we are requesting, as the executive director, respectfully requesting that the MOU get extended to the end of 2029 so that we can ensure this project is brought to life. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
And last, but certainly not least, I'm introducing President Claudette Jordan with some final remarks.
Hi there. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me? I won't go long. I want to say that whenever I show up, Sheriff Giles always is around to keep me in order. That's his job. But on a more somber note, Senator Warner lost his daughter yesterday, so condolences from the Ralph Bunche Alumni Association, Warner. We truly are grateful for the engagement and the attention your board has shown to this project. And you know, we take very seriously our relationship, and we're very proud of the memorandum of understanding we signed. It demonstrated your commitment as well as our commitment to the renovation of the historic Ralph Bunche School. Ralph Bunche members have worked for decades to try to get some traction for this project. And to date, well, after signing MOU, we got even more busy and continue to work tirelessly to raise funds for this project. And to date, we have approximately $140,000 toward the goal of the MOU. So we're still striving. We do respectfully ask that it be extended for 2029 for a couple of reasons. Number one, there's funds in the CIP for that date. And also, that would be the 80th anniversary of the opening of Ralph Bunche High School. Many of you have supported our fundraisers over the years. I'm looking at some winners right here. And so we appreciate you participating and supporting our mission and vision. Our intent is to remain relentless and continue the hard work to raise funds through grants and events and donations so that ultimately the citizens of King George and the visitors to King George will enjoy all that the restored and renovated historic Ralph Bunche High School will offer. Back in 2021, for my good Republican friends, Republican Congressman Rob Whitman spoke the Ralph Bunche story into the congressional record. That's big history for King George. But we have an opportunity now to finish it. We have a chance to move beyond what happened in the segregation and the beginning of Ralph Bunche to the new light. Let it be the portal to something for the future that everyone, again, in Virginia and the nation can look up to. And so we're trying to pull together roundtable discussions with all the interested parties, especially those who have some kind of a connection to King George. Congressman Vindman, Senator Stewart, Tim Kaine, Senator Kaine, the new governor's office, Gilbert Bland, who is the president and CEO of the Urban League of Hampton Roads, our lifetime member, U.S. retired Ambassador Pamela Bridgewater, Xavier Richards, who's with the Mary Washington Foundation, and the Board of Supervisors and Jamon Bushward's organization, Go Eagles, to come together with resources and plans so that we can move this to the new future of King George and the Ralph Bunche High School building. It put us on the map for one reason. It can keep us on the map for another. So thank you again for all you do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. Any questions? No, thank y'all for coming out. Actually, I want to thank your members for joining us tonight too. Nice to see y'all out here tonight.
I think you should pass the offering plate before you leave, but that was a good message.
And Shannon, congratulations, I guess. It's just,
All right, now we'll move to our public hearing. So the King George County Board of Supervisors will now hold a public hearing that has been properly advertised to receive public input regarding item 04-09, proposed amendment to the meals tax ordinance. Proposed amendment to the King George County Code, Chapter 14, Taxation, Article 8, Meals Tax, including but not limited to revisions of definition, tax rate, administration, enforcement provisions, and exemptions related to the county's meals tax ordinance. And I'll hand it over to Ms. Puckett for the staff report.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I have a presentation for meals tax, kind of just tell you a little bit about it. And I believe you all have hard copies in front of you. So first, I'd like to start with the impact to our community regarding taxes. For real estate, this is something that affects all residents. A home is a necessity, so when you increase tax on that, it affects all property owners. Personal property, however, the residents are able to choose the vehicle that they purchase and the cost of it. Meals tax, the residents are also able to choose to eat out. So that is a tax that does not affect all residents. The Code of Virginia 58.1, next slide, I'm sorry, 58.1-3833, food and beverage tax, states any county is hereby authorized to levy a tax on food and beverages sold for human consumption by a restaurant, such as the term is defined in 35.1-1, not to exceed 6% of the amount charged for food and beverages. Currently, our rate is 4%. The proposed rate is 6%. Next slide, please. So I have here the meals tax growth over a 6-year period. 2022 through 25, I have in the green, it was actual tax on 4%, and you can see the figures there. And then in the orange is the predicted tax, if it's at 6%. So I won't read all of those. Next slide, please. Surrounding localities, Westmoreland has 5%, Caroline County has 4%, Fredericksburg City 6%, and Spotsylvania County has 6% currently. Next slide, please. So for our county ordinance, section 14-173 will tell you what is taxable as far as meals tax goes, and I'm not going to read all of those. They're right in the ordinance for you to view. Next slide. What is exempt? The same thing. I'm not going to read all of that, but in King George County Ordinance 14-184 will tell you the things that are exempt from meals tax. Next slide, please. Small business owners. So the question is, will this affect small business owners in a negative manner? And the answer is no. This change does not affect the business owner's daily business operations. Code of Virginia 58.1-3833, county food and beverage tax, states all food and beverage tax collections and all meals tax collections shall be deemed to be held in a trust for the county, city, or tax imposing the applicable tax. The wrongful and fraudulent use of such collections other than remittance of the same as provided by law shall constitute embezzlement pursuant to 18.2-111. The meals tax due date is the 20th of the month, following the month of which the taxes are collected. For example, if the business is conducted in King George on 4/22/2026, the remittance would be due by 5/20/2026. Next slide. If late, will there be a late penalty? The answer is yes. Late penalties will accrue after the due date. The minimum late penalty is $2. 1 to 30 days is a 10% penalty. 31 to 60 is a 20% penalty. And over 60 days late is a 25% penalty. Next slide. Where to pay? You're always welcome to come into the Commissioner Revenue Office in the Rivercomb Building, 10459 Courthouse Drive, Suite 101, and pay in person. Drop it in the night drop in there. Or you can now go online and make payments by going to the King George County website. Under the Government tab, search for the Treasurer and Constitutional Offices. Select e-Treasurer, and then in that screen, Payment Options is highlighted in blue, Pay Meals Tax and Lodging Tax link, and that will help you there. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
When did that online come in play? When did that start?
That started a couple months ago, I want to say.
Okay.
Finally got everything worked out.
I'd also like to bring up something as a small business owner and just talking to small business owners. People sometimes talk about how small businesses close within the first couple of years, and we make them like they're not important sometimes. But, you know, I'd like to think of what is King George doing to make sure small businesses work and thrive. There are some counties around us that during like a restaurant during the first, say, 3 years of the operation, some of them up to 5, where they relieve them of meals tax in order to get their feet under them. Some of them are finding out new costs and what things are going to cost and trying to run a business. And sometimes meal taxes hurt people. I would like this to look at. I know Tappahannock did that, and you saw all the restaurants that came in Tappahannock, and there's a lot of them up there now. The past how many years came because as a board there, they said we're going to give restaurant businesses relief for the first certain amount of years so they can get their feet under them, and then we're ready to. The business has been open for a month. We're ready to charge them late fees. You know what I mean? We're just we're ready to charge them late fees, and they're gonna pay it. And I think it's just ridiculous, to be totally honest with you, that we're not doing more to kind of support them and help them get going. So I don't see any issue with some of the things you're saying, but those are things I'd like to bring to the attention of the board. There's something that we look at in the future, even now, about leaving them for a small window of time so they can get going with their business, so every small business doesn't close in a couple of years.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. That's something, even back when I was running, I was saying I would like to look into something like that because we've got big data centers coming in, or, trying to come in, and they get massive tax discounts. And above all, they don't need it compared to the rest, compared to the small businesses. So I do like that concept. Sorry, I jumped in there. Y'all got comments, questions?
That would have to be the will of the board to change the ordinance there. We are just enforcers of the ordinance that you guys.
Yeah, I understand. And we've got what we've got tonight to discuss and vote on, but that's something that is definitely worth pursuing. Go ahead, Brian.
I was going to say, I would definitely be supportive of a work session. I love the idea of incentivizing those businesses that we want to see come in here, more restaurants. I think healthcare is probably another area I'd like to take a look at.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
But tonight we are talking meals tax, not just small businesses in general. No, I appreciate it. I went down that path too. I'm just trying to bring myself and the rest of us back.
I would agree with that, but, for the meals tax, I know I'm probably the one person who kind of vocally was not for raising it, especially in times like this. We raise a lot of taxes just so we don't raise real estate taxes, but it does affect people. Some people go out to eat. I mean, that might be their only choice because they have more than one job. Some people call it a regressive tax. And I know there are some Northern Virginia localities that are actually eliminating their meals tax. So I don't know, I'm kind of on the fence about it because by raising it, it does affect everybody, even King George residents. I know you think of all the people that pass through, but there is a lot of folks that maybe have one or two jobs and can't, and I mean, that's their situation, but it does hit them too. So I look at that also.
So any more questions for Ms. Puckett before we move to public comment? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
You got a question for her or
I do.
conversation?
I do. How are you gonna, and I've asked this before, it's been a couple of years, but collecting the tax from food trucks,
We have them report.
okay, how does that work?
It works the same as the brick and mortar buildings. They fill out their remittance form and tell us their gross receipts, and they pay accordingly.
Okay. From the food trucks that are from outside the county, the same?
They pay on what business they do in King George.
Okay. But, okay, thank you.
Ms. Bender?
Mr. Shaw brought up a good point, because this came up a lot during COVID. I got lots of calls about vendors and are they paying the right taxes? And I know some food trucks set up outside of businesses, so how do we make sure that every food truck that's set up pays the appropriate tax? Like,
Well, if you have a concern about one in particular, then you can always bring it to our attention and make sure that we are assessing them.
well, I have none, I've heard that from citizens, so that's why I wanted to know what our mechanism was to make sure every food truck that's set up does pay their taxes, whether they have a license in King George or outside of.
Yes, while we can't give details about them, we can certainly let you know if they're compliant, if we're assessing them.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, I'll open the floor for public comment. Upon completion of public comment, I'll bring the matter back to the board for consideration. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker to ensure everyone has an opportunity to speak. Please state your name and address before your comment. Is there anybody who would like to make public comment at this time? Go ahead.
Now, do you want it just about the food and meals tax, or do you want it about anything?
Just the meals tax.
Okay.
There'll be another one at the close of the meeting. where
Okay,
you can talk.
I'm gonna piggyback on you all on the food, because we owned a food truck. We never did business in King George because it was during the time frame where King George wasn't allowing food trucks to set up. It's really an honor system. How they have to do is the health department has to license them, and then upon licensure, then they pay their taxes. So there is a honor system which needs to be addressed. But the other thing you all might want to consider too is the tents and things at the fair. I know everybody would hate to say something about that, but I'm the bearer of bad news, I guess, because we were taxed when we went to the fair and bought things, but I don't know that the revenue office was going to each tent, or if they even thought about that. However, based on our experiences through the agricultural festival and through Spotsylvania, Stafford, when we would set up fairs, even Richmond County that we set up, their revenues office would have to come, sorry, Regina, they would literally come every night and collect the taxes at the end of the night. And we had to show our receipts and everything that night to pay the taxes to the county. So, it is regulated if you can get the people to help you out to regulate it and the staff to help you out. It is a profitable venture to get those taxes.
All right, anyone else? Mr. Downs, do you have anybody online? Nope, okay. Anybody get any any correspondence? No? All right, I'll close public comment at this time. And I will close the public hearing and bring it back before the board. I got it in the right order. Yeah, that was my 6th attempt. Jackie practically made it aviator proof. Thank you. All right, any comments or questions? Do we have any motions or movements? Good to know. You can make a motion that we push it back
No, I'm just trying, I don't have a problem making a motion, I'm just trying to figure out what it is. I make a motion that, we increase the county food tax from 4% to 6%. Or make an ordinance to amend the Article 8 Mills Tax, Chapter 14 of the King George County Code, which increases it from 4% to 6%.
Did that cover it all? Or is it's easier just to move that we recommend adoption of ordinance 0-09-26 as presented?
I think that's the cleaner way because the ordinance does spell out exactly what you're doing, so.
Okay.
6 and 1/2 doesn't either, but that's a clear way to say 09-26 as presented.
Hang on, we've got a motion on the floor there.
Okay, I'll restate it. I moved, recommend adoption of ordinance 0-09-26 as presented.
Second. Properly seconded. All right. Any further discussion? Actually, yep, further discussion?
I'd like to say something.
Please.
Because yesterday I had a couple people ask about this. One lady in particular approached me and said that, you know, she didn't support it. So we spoke about it, and once that I explained that the 2% is essentially 2 cents on the dollar. So, you know, if you're spending $10, you just increase 20%. But it's largely impacted by residents. It's like a tax on people that don't live here. Yeah, it impacts the people that live here, but whenever people that live here, and there's a lot of them, going to Fredericksburg, you go into either downtown and you go to Central Park or wherever, and you eat or you do something, you're paying their taxes. But whenever we have over 60% of the people that work on base that do not live in King George that come here, they get a discount on the taxes. So it allows us to be able to take advantage of the people that are passing through, going from Maryland, driving 301, and people that are working the county but don't live here. So it increases our revenue from those people that we would otherwise be losing out on. So, but the taxes, it just brings us to where what you pay at Fredericksburg or Stafford. Thank you. Go ahead.
Just to add to that, I think I was in the same boat. I was not supportive of this when I first heard about it. We went through several discussions, but as I got to looking at the data, you know, 18,000 trips a day on the weekend across the bridge in the summer, right? And we talked a lot a couple weeks ago about how do we capitalize on that. This starts to move that ball and offloading it from the residents to some of those that are, we're getting more tourism. Good, right? How do we capitalize off of that? It's a small change. It's about $1 million back to the budget total, but it helps get us there. So, and it wasn't on the chart, but I think Colonial Beach is also 6 cents. So now we're consistent with them as well.
I felt that after I explained that, then she said, "Oh yeah, she is for it." I told her that. She's like, "Oh yeah, well I am for it."
There's one other thing, if we did, because I'm still waffling of which way to go in this, and I understand both sides, but one of the things, if we do this, I would also like to look at the hotel tax also. If we're gonna do one and try to capitalize on out of towners, we need to look at the hotel and lodging.
I agree.
And did we already, make a motion to get rid of the early?
We've not addressed that.
No.
Is that in there?
So no, that will be another section of state code that will require public hearing. The only thing before you, the red line is changed from 4 to 6%. That's one action tonight. That's 0-0926. If we move forward with this, in my budget presentation, I am recommending getting rid of the 3% seller's discount. If the board gives me the nod for that, that will be another amendment that Ms. Puckett will need to bring back to you guys to change her section of the taxation local code.
Just for sake of the public, can you explain a little more detail on what you're talking about with that discount?
We have the motion on the table though first.
That's fair. Yeah, thank you. Okay. All right, any other discussion before we take a vote? All right, Ms. Bender,
I'm gonna say nay.
Mr. Metz? Yay. Mr. Stroud?
Aye.
Mr. Davis?
I abstain.
Fair enough. Chair votes aye. Motion carries. All right.
And just to be clear, I abstain because I own a restaurant in the county.
Yep. Appreciate that clarification. Before we move on, do you want to go ahead and hit the 3% thing that we're talking about?
Yes, sir, I can talk about that. So right now, the way it's set up in state code, we checked this with Senator Stewart. State code, and I don't know the exact section, for meals tax does not have a specific, we're going to call it a seller's discount. That's how it's phrased here locally. However, there are provisions in the state code that talks about the general collection of taxes by the governing body. And that section of state code does allow a governing body to give a discount. So right now, the way it happens is if the meals tax are paid on time or early, there is a 3% seller's discount given to that vendor. So money is collected at the time of sale, held in trust, and the business gets to keep that money instead of remitting it to the county. So looking at this, there's no 3% discount for residents for the personal property tax. There's no 3% for paying on time for your real estate tax. So, why, I guess the question is, and my recommendation is to remove this. We're having our citizens essentially subsidize businesses. Many of the big heavy hitters who are collecting this tax don't live here. So I don't think it's the responsibility of the citizens to pass along or to allow those businesses many of whom are out of state to keep those funds. So I would recommend getting rid of that. And the question is there a dollar impact on that? So projections for FY27, you'll see it $2,770,000 for meals tax collection. You take 3% of that, that's 83.1. Not everybody's going to pay on time, so I made initial projections around $75,000. So that would require another public hearing should the board go along with my recommendation, and Ms. Puckett would bring that at a future date for the board.
Thank you. All right, we'll move along to the presentation section of the meeting now, and we will invite Mr. David Bill from VDOT to come on up and talk about the SSYP.
Good evening. It's good to be with you all. I'll get close to the mic here. I'll just start as a proud Hokie. Whenever I wear this tie, I have one fear, and that fear was realized twice when I came to this meeting with Mr. Dons and Mr. Davis. Asked me if I was supporting or had some affiliation with the school in Charlottesville, and I do not have an affiliation with.
I thought you were an Auburn fan with that blue and orange on.
In Charlottesville. This week is actually National Work Zone Awareness Week, and today is Go Orange Day. So we wear orange to promote safety of VDOT crews, to remind the community to respect work zones, and to remember those who have lost their lives while on duty, and to champion our campaign this year, which is Safe Actions, Save Lives. So we want to ditch the phones in work zones and slow down in work zones. And that is why you might think I was supporting a school in Charlottesville today, but I'm wearing orange for National Work Zone Awareness Week. Go Hokies. All right, so secondary 6-year plan. We do this presentation annually. It's required by code. It's a plan for the secondary routes, which are all the routes numbered 600 and above. It is 6 years, so fiscal years 27 through 32. And this is a draft. These are estimated allocations. They did actually go up from last year's presentation a little bit. These are estimated allocations from two different fund sources. One is telefees. Those are right-of-way usage fees that utility companies pay to use the right-of-way to install the utilities. We refer to them as telefees. The board has more discretion with telefees as to what is done as far as improvements. then the district grant for unpaved roads. Those funds can only be spent on existing state-maintained gravel roads, and you can make improvements to those gravel roads. Typically, that's part of the rural rustic program, where we go in and hard surface the existing state-maintained gravel roads that you prioritize. And we have a few of those roads that we're in the middle of working on right now that are already in your plan, and we'll talk about them tonight. The next slide. So that the first line there is Fox's Way. Fox's Way was actually a rural addition that we used telefees for to resurface. That's the cul-de-sac there at the high school. That work has been advertised and awarded and will happen with the resurfacing of Route 3 this summer. The second project there is Bald Eagle Drive. We started construction on that last fall, and the weather got cold before we were able to do the resurfacing. So we plan to do that during the month of May. If you recall, we broke Bald Eagle into two phases just due to the length, so we didn't have to wait to accumulate the entirety of the funding. We were able to deliver the first phase last year and this year. The second phase, that funding is completed in fiscal year 28, and so we'll start that after July 1 of 27. So those are the projects that are in the plan right now. We have the top two there will be completed this summer, and Bald Eagle Phase 2 would be done next summer once that funding is realized. The next slide is where we park all the funds in the outer years until you prioritize another project. So the top line there is where we put the telefees. That's the countywide engineering and survey, and there's $355,544 that is not allocated. And then in the future unpaved road funds, there's $337,077 that's not allocated. If we use both of those amounts for the rural rustic program, kind of back of the napkin estimate, you have enough funding to prioritize about 1.25 miles of gravel roads to hard surface. One change this year, the telefees in the past have been allowed to be used for rural additions, and central office clarified that the existing regulations do not allow that, so we've been advised not to add rural additions with telefees. You can use local funds for rural additions. You can also apply for revenue sharing, which is a 50% local match, 50% state match.
If that's the case, what can telefees be? What can they be used for? Anything locally, or just
you can buy right of way. If there was an intersection where you had a sight distance issue and you needed to buy right of way so you could cut trees, you could do that. You could build a turn lane. You could pave a shoulder. You could make any improvement you wanted on the secondary that benefited the secondary system, the existing secondary system. You could make any improvement you wanted.
Thank you.
All right, the next slide is just a little bit about the rural rustic program. It has to be an unpaved road already in the state system. It can't carry more than 1,500 vehicles per day, which none of yours do. It does have to be designated as a priority line item in the secondary 6-year plan. Should be predominantly local traffic. The drainage improvements should only be minor. The next slide is your list of existing state maintained gravel roads. The ones that are blocked out in yellow all have more than 50 vehicles per day, and until that list is exhausted, all of the unpaved road funds need to be spent on a road on that list. The telefees, if there's a lower volume road, the telefees could be spent on that, but the unpaved road funds have to be spent on roads with more than 50 trips per day. This presentation is really just to get you thinking about it. I'm going to ask you to authorize a public hearing for May 18th. And at that time, I would ask you to adopt adopt the secondary 6-year plan with whatever changes you decide to make or whatever additions you decide to make. So if you don't know what you want to do tonight, you got a month to think about it and then get public comment next month.
All right. Does that give us enough time to advertise it? Okay, very good.
And VDOT will do the advertising for you.
Oh, okay, great. Just to, I have a quick question if I could. Fairly certain to know the answer to this, but I want to make sure I'm not just talking out my, you know what. I've had a couple different people at different times ask me, hey, why can't we get better paving processes in our neighborhoods instead of chip and tar? And I keep telling them the county doesn't do that, you guys do, and it's based on the volume of traffic through there. And we're not going to change the paving based on the fact that, you know, kids are riding their bikes on it and it's wearing out the rubber, blah, blah, blah. Is that a fairly accurate statement?
Yeah, I mean, typically we maintain the road as it is.
Yeah.
So if it's a what we call plant mix, if it came out of the back of a paver, like a curb and gutter section subdivision, we maintain that as plant mix. With one exception, we have a preventive maintenance treatment called a Cape Seal, and I'll talk about that too. We do some Cape Seal in some curb and gutter subdivisions. It just puts a new surface on. It sets up, initially it's a little bit rougher than plant mix, but after traffic gets on it, it sets up pretty nice and most people can't tell the difference.
Okay. We just have one gentleman that wants his neighborhood paved kind of like 301. I'm like, I'm sorry, that's just not going to happen.
Yeah, and for perspective, I mean, my numbers are old. I could get the current numbers, but it's about $250,000, probably closer to $300,000 a lane mile for plant mix asphalt. And we can do surface treatment like we do on the secondary routes, on the 600 routes. We can do that for probably closer to $60,000 a lane mile. So if you switch to plant mix, you do a whole lot less.
Okay.
So it's just balancing the, you know, what you
the most
got.
bang for the buck.
Right.
Yeah. Any other questions? Go ahead.
This is not exactly on this, but I wanted to bring up two concerns. I'm still getting people calling me about the thinking that VDOT or the county owns the road in front of the hardware store. So
I saw that pop up again.
yeah, so I just didn't know if you wanted to make a comment. I know I've spoken about it before after talking to you that you don't own it, but a lot of people think you do own it.
Well, we own it, but we don't maintain it as a public road. So the intersection there at 301 and 3, 3 or 205. It's 205.
205,
I'm sorry,
the old
205.
circle.
3 and 205 have been redesigned over the years, and there's excess right of way between the main lines of 205 and the entrance to the shopping center and hardware store and gun store. And they have a longer driveway across the right of way than most businesses. 7-Eleven on the other side also has a longer driveway across the right of way than most businesses or most residents. But the maintenance of the driveway to those businesses is the burden of the property owner.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that in public. And then the last is, and I get complaints about this from my own husband, is those that work on the basin have to come up at, when the base, like 3 to 4 or 3 to 5, that turn onto Windsor Drive and how it backs up and if there's any way to alleviate, because it sometimes causes traffic concerns for those going straight on 301 because it backs up. And those that work on the base probably understand it backs up and then people make bad choices and almost cause accidents. And my husband complains about that every couple of days. We're almost getting hit by somebody.
Right,
You know
so
what I'm talking about?
That's the 301 southbound
Well, it'd be
left turn on.
Yeah, right where the fire station is gonna be.
But going
When you
the
turn
other way.
onto, you're coming up the hill and then you're turning left on the Windsor
Right.
Drive. It
It
backs
is
up.
southbound, but you're going uphill, so
Mhm.
mentally your brain thinks it's going north.
Yeah.
Right.
So I just wanted to bring that to the attention because I don't just hear, obviously from my husband, I hear from other folks that it is becoming quite dangerous stacking up there at that time, but probably 3 to 5. Would you say that, Mr. Solomon, Mr. Med?
Yeah,
And
Davis?
It's 218 past 301 going east. It's where you're coming up the hill on 301 southbound. turning east onto.
The left turn lane pop out
Right.
to go
And
into
we
two
just
eighteen is a little
retimed,
bit too short.
we just retimed all the signals from there up to Owens on 301, and I can see what adjustments were made there. You know, but in reality, it's just too many cars and not enough turn lane.
That's what I was asking, is there
Yeah.
any way, even if for a smart scale project, to have, to
Yeah, and
maybe
that's,
have that lane extend?
that's where I was headed. It would screen into smart scale, but the board would have to prioritize that as one of their applications and want to move forward with doing some intersection improvement there.
All right, thank you very much.
I was kind of wondering if we could use those telecommunications funds for that turn lane extension.
That's a primary route, so these are
It'd
secondary.
be secondary. Yeah.
That's primary. Sometimes you can use the tele fees on a primary if it benefits the secondary, so a turn lane onto, you know, a secondary route. But that's 218 and 3.
It'd be a 600 number and up,
Primary
right?
to primary.
One more thing on that, could that be used when we have to redesign for the fire station there? Could that be incorporated into that? Because I don't know if there's any improvements that have to be made for when the fire station opens there. Just a thought, I was just throwing it out there.
I guess it could be, we would typically, that would be a burden of the county under
Okay.
permit with your entrance improvements or whatever infrastructure improvements. we're
And I
doing.
know, I know we're final, A&E's almost done, and I know preliminary site planning is done, so we'll really learn during the site plan phase of what will need to be done as VDOT reviews that site plan.
Well, thank you. I was just throwing out a question, as Pastor Shaw said earlier.
All right, real quick. So I see y'all just removed the tree, was that, Washington Mill, 616, right? So I've had several constituents reach out to me, mothers who are concerned and worried. One of those mothers tipped the scale for me because she's been worrying about me since the day I was born. And that when you come down that turn right there, right where that tree is, that big tree about this big that's leaning towards the road. You know which one I'm talking about?
I haven't driven it, I don't know.
If you come down Washington Mill, like you're going towards 218 Windsor, and you come down, you go down the real sharp turn, it goes like this. There's a tree about this big that's been leaning like this for a couple years.
Okay.
I don't know if it's going anywhere, but if it ever does go down, especially in the evening, someone coming that way, they're done.
We have arborists on staff that I can send out to assess it.
Yeah, it's right across from that gray house right there on the turn, but it's just on the right side. The big tree is just leaning just like this. It's been like that for a couple of years. Sheriff's office probably seen it. The second one that I was talking about, I guess I can go back to you on that, Mr. Smarticus, because I'm going to, after talking about this today, I'm going to get calls from people, is Kitchen Point. And what we're looking to do at Kitchen Point, because I know we talked about last year, and we're like, well, this is the year we're going to take care of it, so I just want to see if there's anything that we're at on that.
So I provided the board, and I've got, this is not part of the 6-year secondary plan. These are, so what Mr. Davis is referring to is Kitchen Point, and this goes into a segment of road in Kitchen Drive is in Kitchen's Point. I think that's the way it works. Yeah, Kitchen's Drive, the right-hand side, homes weren't built, so that segment of the road was not accepted into the VDOT system. Homes have since been built and need to be accepted. So that's one, and I don't want to hijack, Mr. Beals here, but I do want to clarify this, and you all have a summary, and then I can get this to the public. But Mr. Metz also has Sedgwick and Alberta Court that have come up, and as I've stated to the board, let me look at this so we can do a comprehensive review of any and all streets. And Mr. Beal, Ms. LeDuc, and I have been working, and we kind of finalized this list. There's 11 in total. Either need to come in or out of the system. So this is I want to do a comprehensive review of this, but my understanding is the telefees cannot be, you cannot use telefees to upgrade Kitchen's Point. So there will be some cost, and then the county will have to bear those costs. Now, if it's a 100% cost or if it's a 50-50 match through the revenue sharing program, that is to be decided. But the summary that I have, and we can make readily available for the public, is a summary of those 11 roads, some of them being bus loops that either need to come in or out, overlooked one way or the other, but I think we've come up with an exhaustive list. I'm not saying this, there may not be one more that pops up, but just through some of the conversations that you all have brought to me, conversations with VDOT, I believe those 11 are the ones that need to have some action on them.
Yeah, the only thing with that one, I mean, like I said, I brought it up, it's been every year, it's been that way since 1998 that we know about. And it was just on the list of, yes, we're gonna take care of that next year. So I don't want it to get, I expect Mr. Metz, he just came in, but this has been since last year, that this particular road has been up. I am jumping the line on you on that one, sorry. But, you know, this is something that I've looked at my constituents and said, yes, that hearing from my county that this is something that we're gonna take care of next year. So this is gonna, I don't wanna renege on that to them. I wanna be able to
And I think
see
the
that we're
board
gonna
would need to allocate, once that punch list is done, whatever that cost is determined, the board would have to allocate funds from somewhere to pay for those improvements, to get them into the state system.
And that could be added to the secondary six-year plan with local funds, and then VDOT could do the work for you. And then, so we would essentially be the county's contractor, which would probably be cost beneficial to the
I
county.
think the last bill was like $40,000 to get this road up to par in order for you guys to take it over. I think is where it was when it was done, so. I don't know. Anyway, I just want to keep it out on the list because I told people, based on what I got back, that road was gonna get taken care of, and so here we are a year later, and I'm hearing it's gonna get added to a list. And that has to do with the telefees being changed, so we can't use them, because even back then it was like, yeah, we can use telefees to do it, so I get it. But I just want to make sure it stays on the list somewhere. Thank you.
Mr. Stroud, do you have any questions? Good, okay, cool. Nope. You have 30 seconds, go.
Well, so since we brought up Sedgwick and Alberta, Fort, that's a little bit different than Kitchens Point, right? The funding was already expended for that, all the resources to survey, signage, whatnot. I just would like to know if we have a timeline horizon. Like, I know you've worked in like 11 projects, but some of these are more ready to go than others into the system. So I guess I would like to ask what the next steps are, and if there's some idea of timeline for those steps.
We're just either waiting from the county for their fees. When roads come into the system, their fees, and there's a surety. And we need to pay the fee and the surety, or request the surety fee to be waived. So we're waiting for one of those two things to happen, and then we can process the acceptance paperwork.
And that's also, there's another road out there, Alan, on the Melody Lane, I believe,
Melody
is
Lane.
in that same situation we found out. So.
And the bus loop, I know that one's just about done too. So.
Yeah, so there are some that are no cost to the county.
Right.
It's a matter of paperwork.
So we think that's gonna, I guess, rather than me pinging you every week on, do we have an updated status, like, when would you like for me to ping you? Like a month from now or 2 months?
You can call me every day if you like, Mr. Metz.
I want to be respectful of your resources, sir.
So, the letter is, like I said, we knew about this, but I said I wanted to do a comprehensive. I did not want to piecemeal the entire approach. So now that we have a comprehensive thing, I think I can get, and the budget is hopefully behind me. I think we can, move this right to the top within the month.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
I just need you all to, did you authorize the public hearing for next month?
Yes. Well, actually,
I'll make a motion to authorize a public hearing for May 18th for the VDOT secondary six-year road plan.
Second.
Thank you all.
properly seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
I just have one more minute. I'd just like to hit on the resurfacing schedule, the Cape Seal routes. Fitzhugh Lane, King George on the Potomac, Claydale, and Round Hill Estates are all receiving the Cape Seal treatment. And just honestly, we always get a lot of complaints on the process. It's a two-step process, a little messy. The first part is surface treatment, and that goes down with liquid asphalt and gravel, and it's rolled in, and then it's allowed to cure for a few weeks, and then they come back and do a slurry on top of that. That kind of fills in all the rough parts and makes it ride a lot nicer, and makes it look a lot nicer, and they sweep up all the gravel. So there's a little, it's like getting your house painted or your wood floors refinished. They got to sand it, make a mess, but it's going to look better when it's done. But we always get all those residents that live on those routes have had notifications mailed to them. But I just always like to hit that. The 301 projects, the University Drive double R cut, that goes to add in June, and the median U-turn at 3 and 301 goes to add this fall. But those are just the highlights. Last thing, just a thank you to all of our local partners, Sheriff's Office, Emergency Services. Um, you know, it was a rough winter, and it was the worst one that I've had since I've been in the Northern Neck. But all those guys help us, and a lot of times we don't hear about it. They might get a tree up for us. I know the Sheriff's Office helped us with blue lights for our brine operation, or just making notifications where we need to go, what we need to do, or you know, helping us clean up from an accident or whatever. So those are resources that you all allocate in your budget and whatever. But it doesn't go unnoticed, the partnership there, and I appreciate and we appreciate that. So that's all I had. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. All right. While y'all are out, we did have a motion to go ahead and approve the public hearing for May 18th for this. So just wanted to keep you up to speed. All right, we'll move on to item 04-12, fiscal year 27 balanced budget presentation from Mr. Smolnick.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Matt Smolnick, your county administrator. I'm here for the FY27 operating budget calendar year 2026 tax rate presentation. I've got a lot of slides. I'm handing them out to the public here, and just wanted to let the public know if you know this information is online. We've linked it to this board meeting agenda, and you know I'm always happy to answer any questions, and I appreciate the feedback that I've gotten from the board. And before I begin, over to my left shoulder here, Ms. Cobb and Ms. Dillard, I can't thank them enough. And then we also had Mr. Conley on my budget review team. So it's truly a team effort to get where we're at. So you guys have seen some of these slides that I've presented on April 7. We had an all-day work session. You've seen some more slides, and this is the balanced budget presentation. I'm going to go through it. You've all got the hard copy in front of you. Feel free to chime in whenever I go along and ask any pertinent questions. So next slide, sir. So where are we at? We've been beginning this really since early November. Once this budget gets approved, FY26 or 27, we get a couple months off and we start the whole process all over again. So I just wanted the public to know this is really what we've done. And I'll highlight that November 17 date actually in this particular room where we sat and we brought all the department heads in front of the Board of Supervisors to talk about their needs for the FY27 to eliminate surprises or get initial guidance from the Board of Supervisors for as they prepare the budget for submittal. So here we are, April 22nd, 2026. I've got a balanced budget. Next slide. So here, revenues, balanced budget for FY27 proposed $143,922,360. $143,922,360. It should be noted that this does not include the King George Service Authority budget, as this is separate. Mr. Hamilton will be presenting this in the near future. And 1 penny on the real estate tax rates equivalent to a little over $517,000. Next slide. So what's different from last year? I already talked about the November 17th work session we had. We all know that this was a reassessment year, increased to a little over 20% in assessments. And I know the Commissioner of Revenue's office is still accepting applications. If somebody does have a question on their assessment, definitely urge them. I know the board members have been encouraging the citizens to file that appeal and have the due process heard out for the particular property. So the equalized tax rate, 56 cents. The Board of Supervisors at the work session decided to advertise at 68 cents. Now, the way this works, I want to remind the board and remind the public, once a tax rate is set, you can adopt that or anything lower, but you cannot go higher. So by advertising at 68 cents, it gives the Board of Supervisors some flexibility. The meals tax, when I typed this up, I wasn't sure what was going to happen with a public hearing, so we did increase the meals tax, and this is built in with a July 1st date. July 1 of 2026, the new meals tax would be implemented. And also, as I discussed, proposing to eliminate the 3% seller's discount. And the big thing we had is, for our schools, fire, rescue, and for our sheriff's department, the Motorola maintenance contract, this was a big chunk, a little over $1 million that we did not have last year that we had to account for in the FY27 budget. Next slide, please. A lot of numbers here. Expenditures by functional area. This totals up to the entire budget. You look at schools, and I want to note that this is local and state funds. So we're not spending $72 million of local King George tax money on our schools. This is the general fund. This is everything we get from state, federal government. And it breaks down public safety all the way down to a law enforcement grant. These are all the different the funds that we have that are broken out in the expenditure tab that the public has and that you have. Next slide. So what are our local sources of revenue? You'll see general property taxes, the lion's share, and this, amounting to right under $50 million in my balanced budget. It goes down to recovered costs, $128,402. So this is how local sources of funding are made up to account for the general fund. Next slide, please. So yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Either before, well, it's already been posted, but if we update this when we come back to vote for it, can we make sure we add the state and federal to that line so that it agrees with the chart right before it, apples to apples?
Okay. So some major adjustments in revenue projections. So the last couple of years, and I've got the numbers here in front of me, this year, big difference in the revenue line item. There is not a dime being borrowed from or a transfer from fund balance. The current fiscal year we're in, $3,609,344 was borrowed. The year before that, fiscal year 25, $2,551,913, and FY24, $1,873,509. If there was no tax rate increase, we would have to borrow almost $5.2 million to make up that difference. So what you're seeing is a compounding effect. 1.8, now all of a sudden we're at $5.2 million. That is, as I stated in previous board meetings, that is not sustainable. That's not what fund balance is meant for. So with this particular year, I put 0 in the line item for transfer from the fund balance. Another additional challenge. So I had a question from, I think it was Mr. Stroud, a very good question earlier today, and I want to, enlighten the board and the public. Mr. Smolik, how do you come up with these revenue projections? So what we do, we looked at the last couple of years of actual collections, and then my budget team sits around, we go line by line. And I said, Ms. Cobb, we're 9 months into FY26 right now, meaning we should be 3/4 of the way with our collections. What have we collected to date? We get the number, and you think about the economy. You think about all these things, and revenue projections are just that. They're projections. This is, my best guess. This will be the board's best guess of what we will be collecting. It's not perfect, but I would much rather, as I said before, I'm more of a fiscal conservative. I would much rather say at the end of the year, taxpayers, we return some money to you, rather than coming to the Board of Supervisors next March and saying, hey, board, I'm out of money. I need some more money for these next 3 months of the fiscal year. So it's nothing I take, it's a tough decision to make. And you all can, you can look at these and, make your, suggested changes, but based on what the trend data and what we're seeing with actual collections for this year, that's how I derived those numbers. So one thing, one line item that came up to, as we're going through the budget, was the personal property proration. So this is a newer tax, so there's not a lot, well, proration is newer to the county, meaning that if the Smolnik household buys a vehicle in September, I would pay taxes on it whenever it's registered in Virginia. I would pay taxes on it from September through the end of the year. Now with prorations, there are also abatements. So if you sell a vehicle, you you pay your taxes in advance, you get some money back. So looking at the line item for FY26, we had $500,000. So as we're doing the FY '27 budget, Ms. Cobb, how much have we collected so far? Answer was 0. Well, that can't make, it doesn't make sense. Why is it 0? So, you know, and I've had some conversations, and we've got some representatives from the Treasurer's Office and the Commissioner of Revenue here. When it was set up, there was a specific GL code that proration money was supposed to go to, aside from the standard personal property line item. When I learned there was nothing in it, I said, okay. I said, 3/4 of that money of collection should be in the general account, the personal property line item. And we looked at that. It wasn't there. So we're like, well, where's this money? You know, where is it at? How is it being accounted for? Now, is it just, you know, we're not collecting as much? But then Ms. Puckett today at, I think about 11, right before noon, she says, Matt, you know, here's the line items. We are making money. Here, it's really, here's the proration less the abatements. Last year we made $221,000 if memory serves me. 2 years ago it was $470,000. Right now it's kind of hard to tell where we're at with prorations because it's lumped into the general personal property. So I don't have a good feel on that. Yes, sir.
Wasn't that separated?
It was, and I'll let the Commissioner of Revenue and the Treasurer's Office explain why it's not separated. It was, yes, in my understanding when it was established, it was supposed to be separated and it's a specific revenue line item. And if you want to hear from either of those, is now the appropriate time or later, your call.
I'm fine with now.
I'd like to hear it today as well.
Good evening. So the reason it was not separated into its own line item is it would have also needed its own code to go along with it, which then would not have fallen within the personal property guidelines for the bills to pull them all correctly. So there could be delinquency on the supplement bills that is not pulled within the regular personal property billing. So it was just a big struggle to be able to keep it all as part of personal property, yet separate. And I have contacted other localities. They do not separate it either. They keep it as all part of the personal property line item.
But it was collected. I mean, it's in the fund. We just don't know how to differentiate right now between the full pay period versus the prorated period.
There are queries that we can run between our two offices that show us the exact numbers. It's just within that one GL, it wasn't possible to show that and still have it as part of the personal property.
There you go.
So with that, you know, making my projections, you know, Mr. Smolik, how much are we projected to make? I don't know. It's a tough answer, but I need to be realistic. So, you know, with that and then looking at the collection so far, I'm not certain that we're going to make $500,000. I don't know what we're going to make. So I put in $0. So right here, major adjustments, that's $4.1 million swing right there. So these are some of the challenges. I'm setting you guys up to, this is the big picture of what we faced with when we're balancing a budget. Next slide. So the proposed tax rate. My balanced budget that's before you tonight shows a real estate tax rate of 66 cents. It's actually per 1,000. I apologize for that. So I want to be very clear to the public. You know, people look at 68 cents. Right now, we're going to 66 cents. This is not a 2-cent tax reduction. This is actually an increase. Because remember, that equalized rate is 56 cents. So that 10-cent increase, that's why I said if we had a $5 million deficit, it would be borrowing $5.2 million from general fund. If we don't borrow anything from general fund, it's coming at a 10-cent tax rate increase. The other increase, which you just approved, was a 2% increase to the meals tax. Next slide, please.
Mr. Smolik, I do have a quick question because the public needs to know, why is there a difference between the mobile home rate and the real estate rate?
Ms.
Or is
Puckett?
that a Ms. Puckett question?
So I just heard mobile homes are, so mobile homes should be at 66 also. Okay, so mobile homes should be at 66
All right,
also.
thank you.
Thank you. Next slide. So how do we compare with our surrounding localities? I've pulled a few of them here with King George highlighted. So you look at Spotsylvania and King George, both are in reassessment years. Spotsylvania County, they're time-wise, they're a little ahead of us. I know the county administrator recommended a 9-cent increase. They settled on a 5-cent increase. So our 68-cent was actually be a 10-cent increase, which if it puts us at 66, it puts us somewhere between Richmond County and Westmoreland County. Prince William County, there was an article a couple days ago. They've got their data centers up and running for years. They actually reduced their tax rate. And they cite in the article is due to the data center revenue. They were able to reduce it for their citizens. Stafford County, I know Mr. Ashton, he's putting a 6-cent. I believe I think it was maybe a 9-cent is what he recommended. Board sounds like they're settling on a 6-cent increase. Caroline, 6-cent increase, and the city of Fredericksburg a 5-cent increase. Next slide. So you've seen this slide before, and I did change the top number. Mr. Sullins wanted me to change it. So this is where we would stand at a 66-cent tax rate increase over the last 9 fiscal years. A couple things I wanted to mention here. If you look at FY22, there was a 3-cent tax increase. This was set aside, this was specifically for the new courthouse, for judicial law enforcement and for citizens. And then FY23, there was an equalized tax rate. Board of Supervisors at that time kept it the same, 64 cents. The equalized rate was 64. They kept it, no tax rate increase. Then you saw a 4-cent tax rate increase going into the FY24 budget. So imagine this. Take away my top row there. So for the 7 fiscal years between FY19 and FY26, the tax rate to support county and school operations, less the courthouse, has increased by 4 pennies. So, and you look at the trend of the real estate taxes, it's going up and to the left, even with a 10-cent tax rate increase. So think about that. Really, we've only seen a 4-cent tax rate increase over the last 9 fiscal years to support the county's operations and the school's operations. All right, next slide. So what does my FY27 budget include? It includes the step increase for the sheriff's office employees, step increase for fire rescue emergency service employees, certification pay for fire rescue services. It includes a comprehensive plan update, which the board we discussed at the most recent work session. That's back in there. A 2% COLA for county, library, and social services employees, and I want to talk about that. A 5% COLA for school employees, plus a step 9 decompression. So I believe Dr. Boyd talked about the step 9 decompression that happened 08 to maybe 2010. We've got 1 additional full-time county staff employee in January of 2027. This was the grant writer. I know we had a lot of discussion about the grant writer. I was able to fit that in come January 1. And then funding for 8 non-mandated outside agencies. So with this, the step increase for sheriff's office, fire rescue, the school employees, those are all higher. Right now, the county employees, the library, and social services, they're getting a 2% COLA. So they're on the lowest end of any of the other employees who work for King George County.
And the inflation rate for last year is 3.2?
3.3, I believe. And you'll see that in my next slide, kind of where, again, this is a draft, this is my budget, but I've got some recommendations for you. Ms. Bender, you asked me to provide you some scenarios.
Right. Yeah, and
So, yes.
I do have another question,
Yes,
though.
ma'am.
On the schools. Do we have any feeling of what, I mean, I know it's chaotic right now in the state legislature, but what they're proposing?
We don't know. So the way it works, my understanding, talking to Dr. Boyd, is if the state gives 3% and then the county only gives 2%, we're losing money. The state's not giving that 3%, so we need to at least match what the state does. But those numbers are all over the plate right now. We've talked about this, over the last couple of weeks. I don't know when we're going to have an approved state budget. So likely, as I said from the onset, we're probably going to have to approve this budget and come back and amend it. That's that's the beauty. But King George County is not in a unique position. This is every locality in the Commonwealth of Virginia right now, waiting on that state budget.
And I talked to Delegate Kent yesterday at the Go Virginia Summit, and she said she was optimistic that it was going to, but she's not seeing it for at least maybe into June, not knowing. So I know we have to do a lot before then. We might have to come back.
Okay, next slide, please. So these are the list of positions that were requested, 21 in total by the county. As I stated, I'm looking to hire one come January 1 of 2027. That's the grant writer. As I've noted before, there's also one transfer. It's an internal transfer from administration to finance. This was an individual who I saw had the potential to grow. We moved that individual over there, and they're flourishing. So that internal transfer will need to be approved by the Board of Supervisors as part of the budget, and it is my recommendation to transfer that one. Next slide.
Going back, if I could.
Yes, sir.
The grant writer.
Yes, sir.
With the money that's available on the table, that person pretty much pays for themselves when
That's right.
when
That's
the money starts flowing.
That's an easy ROI, and I was thinking about, should the board approve this? I've already been thinking about, what are some of the interview questions we're going to ask,
Right.
and that's going to be very upfront and honest. You need to prove your worth, and it's going to be very easy to tell if you're carrying your weight for what you're getting paid in salary and benefits.
Gotcha. Did I talk to you about the one who's maybe interested? Okay. I don't know her. I've not spoken to her yet. I've only talked to her
Right,
mom, and
and
mom
we'll
thinks she's
we'll put
interested,
that
but-
job out it'll be open to the public.
Yep, sure.
For all candidates.
Perfect.
Okay, so outside agencies, I've done something a little bit different this year. I went ahead and made some recommendations to the Board of Supervisors. Now, last year was my first year, and it was a little bit different. I think it was we'll wipe the slate clean, and then the board will have a discussion of what you guys would like to fund. And I've looked at these, and I don't take cutting outside agencies. It's a hard decision to make. And you look at the cross section of what I'm recommending: domestic violence, food bank, another food bank, mental health, sexual assault, homeless shelter, workforce development, and legal aid. That's my recommendation of outside agencies to fund, and they weren't funded at their full request. We had to look at this and really had to tighten down the numbers, but the ones that are highlighted are my recommendations along with a dollar amount. And this is up for discussion with the board. I just wanted to put something in front of you. So, Mr. Solons, you have a question, sir?
No, I just want to bring something up that we've talked about before. There was discussion in the past of let's take the funding away from Fredericksburg Regional Food Bank and put it all into Love Thy Neighbor. And I had a chance to actually tour and visit Fredericksburg Regional Food Bank last year. And you can think of them as a kind of a warehouse or a clearinghouse, distribution center of food. So whatever we're giving to them does come back to our own food bank. So it's still an investment in Love Thy Neighbor, if you will.
Thank you for that. Good point. Next slide, Mr. Dines. So talked about the 2% COLA for county, social services, and library staff. I've said that, my employees are my greatest asset. I know Mr. Straub made some comments earlier, and very good comments, were made. And try to think about, retaining your workforce. But there comes a point in time also where somebody's going to grow, and as I tell them, I'm going to kick you out of the nest because I know you have a potential. I want to see you here. But if there's an opportunity somewhere else, look, I'm here to help grow the employees, and that may not be here at King George County. So I did build in a 2% COLA across the board for county social services and library staff. And then I went with my finance team. I said, what would it take to get that number up? Again, give you guys some options. So looking at, and this could be a COLA merit option, but if you do a merit option, you have to budget for the full amount. So if the board says, Matt, I want to see a 1% COLA and a 3% merit, we still have to budget for 4%. Not everybody's going to get that, but we need to budget for a worst case scenario. So if there's an additional 1% in some form or fashion, that'd be another that's $767,000. Oh, there's an extra 6 there. 1.5%, which would get us up to a 3.5% total, just above inflation. These three bands would cost $476,650. An additional two, 635, 533. Mr. Stroud.
Sure. Now, I know that you explained this to me earlier, but I'm still so, on the merit, you said that the example you gave, if you gave 1% COLA and 3% merit, you had to budget for all 4%. So it would seem reasonable to me that we could budget for that it wouldn't have to be the full 3% because you're not going to get all 3%. In other words, the budget is going to be whatever that 3% is. Let's say it's 600,000, and we say no. You know what? You get half that for merit. Let's say that comes to 300,000. Well, that's all there is. There's 300,000 for merit, and then you have to figure out who the people are that gets the merit.
If that's the way the board, I mean, speaking with finance, it's budget for the worst case scenario. If the board says, Matt, in our approved budget, you're only getting another $300,000 to be distributed to merit, then then not everybody's going to get it, and if that's what it is, that's what it is. I'm just saying from a county, from a budgeting standpoint, to get to a balanced budget, recommend the fullest amount. But if it's the will of the board, this is your guys' budget. I'm officially turning it over to the Board of Supervisors. You get to make those decisions and the tweaks now how you want to see it.
Yeah, I'm a little confused. I guess some of us are used to having a pool. So I think of this as us giving you the budget for the merit of 317,000 and change. How you distribute that pool. Some employees could get 2%. Some employees could get 0% on that merit. At the end of the day, you're going to be held to staying under that $317,000 in that budget line.
That's right. Myself and my department heads.
Right. That's the way I've always thought about that 1%. That is not that's not a cap. That's not a 1% cap. It's a 1% amount, dollar value that's put into a pool for you to allocate.
The way we think of it on the base is, I give you a jar of peanut butter. You decide whether you want to spread it evenly across everybody, and everybody gets a tiny little bit, or the people that are really performing, they get a decent serving of the peanut butter. But at the end of the day, your jar is empty. That's all you're getting.
Okay. Duly noted. Thank you. All right, next slide, please. So as we do with the tax rates, I also like to look at where our competitors are at. So really, where teachers go, and I know we had a discussion earlier about teachers, firefighters, and sheriff's office. They typically go to the counties with bigger budgets. Well, in a local government, I'm losing people to the schools. Schools pay more. And I'm losing people to other local governments. I'm not losing anybody to base. I'm not really I lost a couple to private sector. But I wanted to show you what the proposed COLAs are for the region. Again, 3.3% inflation. So Stafford, they're above water. They're proposing 4. Spotsy, let's jump down to them. They're 2.7 COLA with a potential 2% merit. So those employees, if they perform, will be above water. They're over that rate of inflation. Westmoreland, City of Fredericksburg, they're right at 3. And then Caroline County's at 2. Next slide. So I talked to Dr. Boyd. I know I've had some discussions with board members. Right now in the budget, it's a 5% across the board COLA for all school employees. In the school, there's over 700 employees with a school, and 270 at the county. So they're the lion's share of the employees here. So 5% across the board COLA with a step 9 decompression is built into that balanced budget that I've presented. So question I asked Dr. Boyd, I said, sir, give me some options. So the second bullet point down there is a 5% COLA and the removal of the decompression. That would save almost $57,000. Again, some options for you all to consider. A 4% COLA with the removal of decompression would save $638,000 and some change. A 3% COLA with the removal of decompression, 1.1 million. I do want to mention that, these are absent of additional state fund. These numbers could change based on the state numbers, but this is what we're working on right now. These are, again, the options that I want to put in front of the Board of Supervisors. Next slide, please. So this slide you've seen before. These are the total taxable assets of the county. So what you'll see here, you'll notice on this chart, the trend line is the red dashed line, and you'll note that the years of reassessment are very, very apparent. FY19 through 22, you see the organic growth, and then there was a reassessment, jumped it up to 3.9 billion. 4 years of organic growth, now we're up to $5.1 billion worth of taxable assets. Next slide. So we've had some good discussions on this, the historic county budgets going back to FY19, and you can see how they've grown over the years. And it's grown to almost $144 million in my proposed budget from just under 82 million back in FY19. Again, this is the overall budget with state, federal, this is the entire, everything, the whole kit and caboodle here. Next slide. And we talked about the general fund, really what the Board of Supervisors, what you all have some control over. And I broke this down a little bit further on the upcoming slides. Great question by Mr. Stroud. Why has this increased over these years? What can we tell the public? Why has this increased? So I'm going to go through those fiscal year by fiscal year and kind of explain some of the major factors of why we've seen this increase. And again, why we talk about this, remember, in this time period, taxes have gone up for general operations 4 pennies from fiscal 19 to 26, not the entire way, but from 44,862,535 up to 82,512,000. So the next few slides are going to break down the jumps. Next slide, sir. So we're going to call FY19 as my baseline budget. That's the first year I use. So really, what you're seeing here is the total budget on the top, and then the general fund budget in the next line down, and some of the key drivers. And I'm not going to go through and read all these for you all, but you'll see some of these that continually come up every year of why this budget has increased. It's just not people going out and buying more things for this for their office. It's things like health insurance increases, new positions. I mean, look here, there are 11 new positions here. Salary increases, supplements, and then you've got your increased cost for maintenance contracts, utilities, equipment, and other fixed expenditures. You'll see that bullet point at the end of every one. We know, inflation, and I know I had Ms. Bender in my office. We were talking about the inflation, the rates of inflation, and I don't have that particular slide here, but it's going up. Things are getting more expensive, so the county is a consumer as well. So this is our baseline budget. Next slide, please. So what I've done is from FY19 to FY20, top left, total budget and general fund, and then the next, this is the changes. So this was a 4.24% overall increase from FY20 in FY20 from FY19. Schools, 56% of the budget. Again, this is the overall budget, and really what the general fund did. That was a 3.2% increase from 19 to 20. What drove it? Health insurance, local school funding. You'll see that. This is the first year we funded our convenience centers, the public safety step plan, new building lease. So this is for the public. This is why the budget has increased, and I think this answers Mr. Stroud's question, and this is great information to share. Next slide. So now we're moving into FY21. A 2.57% overall increase in the general fund this year, only increased by 1%. But you see health insurance, a new deputy county attorney, some board of salary increases for you guys, for the amount of hours you guys put into a job on an annual basis. I want the public to know this is, I mean, it probably works out to under $1 an hour for what you guys make. So thank you for your service. But this was an increase, and we included it. And then
I'd also like to point out that was before I think all of us were on the board. We did not vote ourselves a raise.
Right. So next slide. So 22, you see a 11.31 overall increase percentage-wise. General fund went up by 17.53% this year. And this was an anomaly where actually healthcare went down by 4%. I think there was one other year where it actually went down. We're not seeing that. But why this 11.3% increase? And I really, applaud my finance staff for pulling these numbers, digging through the budgets and finding these high ticket items that led to these increases. I'm not going to read through all of them again, but 8 new positions across the departments. So, that was an increase that year, but you think the years forward, I think the last couple of years there were 18 new positions. So those are additional costs you carry year after year with salary and benefits.
Sir, on that slide, what is the revenue stabilization fund?
I'm going to let Ms. Cobb answer this one.
So that's actually a fund that the board borrowed from years ago to balance the budget. And when you do that, you have a certain number of years that you have to put that money back. And so that's what that was.
Do you know when they borrowed the money?
It was during COVID, if I'm not mistaken. I think Ms. Bender, you probably can speak to it. That Dr. Young was the one that actually
Yeah, I'd have
balanced the
to go
budget.
look in my records to recollect that because I remember it, but not enough to speak on it now. But there was a lot of stuff we did during COVID that was different in a different roadmap, I would say.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Next slide, please. So now we're in FY23, 11.25% overall increase. Schools at 54% of the overall budget. General fund here increased by 13.67%. I think this was the second year here where we actually saw healthcare decrease. But you look at, why did it go up? An extra $3.1 million to the schools that particular fiscal year. Merit increases, CIP allocation. Here's another 6 new positions now. Next slide. FY24, slowing down a little bit at 6.48% overall increase, but the general fund went up 8.59%. Another 3.17 to the schools. COLA increase, health insurance went up 9%. This adds up. It's painting the picture of why this increase has occurred. Next slide, please. FY27, 14.2% overall increase. General fund went up almost 17%. A big thing, I know Mr. Rasavi was here. This is the first year that he did the budget. And the landfill debt to the general fund, this was never included in the general fund. It should have been. Mr. Rasavi identified it as this needs to go into the general fund. So that was a $10 million increase right there. So I think this year there was about a $15 million increase year over year. 10 million of that was bringing in the landfill debt to the general fund at the advice of Mr. Rasavi. And you see again school funding increase 822. I'm not going to go through each of these, but next slide. FY26, okay, down to 4.42% overall increase. General fund went up a little over 4%. Health insurance, another school funding, $1.2 million there. Some regional funding increases. And then lastly, getting us to FY27, you see a 3.95% overall increase. I want to note that this is the smallest increase in the overall budget since FY21. So you got to go back a number of years before we see this increase. General fund went up 4.81%. Key drivers, Motorola contract, healthcare. I went over these school funding increase of 1.8 million. I built in the 2% salary increases. Rappahannock Regional Jail. So I sit on the board to set their budget, as do the other CAOs of the localities who utilize the jail. And their capital improvement plan, there's a balloon payment that rotates amongst the localities. This year was our year. And so that's why we saw a dramatic increase in the Rappahannock Regional Jail contribution. They've got analog cameras that are 25 years old, just some outdated equipment up there at the jail. So unfortunately, this is King George's year for the CIP balloon payment, which is why you saw that. So that, I think, outlines to the board and to the public, why that number has been increasing over the years. Again, it's not people just buying frivolous things. It's, increased contribution to the schools, healthcare increases, new employees, debt service. Mr. Metz, it looks like you have a question, sir.
I just wanted you to explain the title. You 9.9, it's really 10 million debt in general fund. That is our interest and debt service payments, right?
Yeah, that is correct.
Yeah, I think I've looked, this is our highest year.
Yeah,
It actually starts tailing off a little bit after this, but
right.
I can understand why that becomes a big contributor.
Mr. Smolnik, I just looked up because it was bothering me because I didn't remember. It's actually on our website, Revenue Stabilization Fund Policy, and I remember that was set up during Mr. Young's time. So if anybody wants to see it, or Mr. Stroud, it's on the website.
2 more slides, right?
A couple more, not many more.
No, I'm not trying to hurry you. I just don't want you to be done yet, because
No,
the part that I want to talk about is coming up.
Yeah, that's right. And Mr. Sullivan said, Mr. Smolnik, there's one thing I want to see. I said, I want to see the glide path, the glide slope for the unassigned fund balance over the years. So at the end of every year, money that's not spent obviously goes back to the unassigned fund balance. King George, when we closed out FY25, whenever Mr. Gross-Nickel was here, he made a presentation a month or so ago. We're sitting on $48 million unassigned fund balance. Very, very healthy amount of money. And I know some of the Board of Supervisors, and rightfully so, why is our fund balance growing so high, but we need to raise, taxes on our citizens? Why are you recommending, a 10-cent tax rate increase if we got the fund balance here? Well, fund balance, again, per your policy, it's not used for, it's to be used for non-recurring funds, economic development projects, major CIP projects. And what I've done is, Davenport, our financial advisors, we met with them, I think it was last Thursday was our most recent meeting. We've been talking to them throughout the entire budget process. And my direction for Davenport was, I want you to come back to our Board of Supervisors, probably that first meeting in June. And I want you to talk about this $48 million in unassigned fund balance. What is that best used for? Do we have any notes that are sitting at 5.5% to pay down some debt? What does the new CTE building look like? Once we roll over some extra funds from courthouse or the preschool, maybe some leftovers from the fire station, what can we roll into that CTE building? What's the delta? Is it more advantageous to put another 10 million down on that and only borrow 5 million based on the interest rates? Another thing I've tasked them, and they'll come back to you with, we need to start looking at, we looked at this, the CIP, your outlook of major capital investments. Had a good talk with Chief Moody, and then I've passed this along to Davenport at our meeting last Tuesday. When you come back to my board, let's talk about some of our major capital projects. Heavy rescue, we're going to talk about heavy rescue just for a second here, because that's what I brought up to Davenport, and they'll come to you. Heavy rescue, this is anytime there's an accident, this is the vehicle that goes out on scene. You got the extraction equipment. It is used all the time. We have one of them. Life expectancy, I want to say 20, 25 years. I think we're about 17, 18 years into that. Put a new head on it, on the engine. Had some tires below some damage. We had a hydraulic leak or an air pressure leak in that vehicle. It's starting to show its age. That's a 4-year lead time. So I know we've got, and I don't want you to focus on this, the data center money that could be coming in. But if we wait till the data center money comes in and we place an order for a truck, now maybe it's $2.5 million and it's a 5-year lead time. What do we do for all the accidents that are occurring if we don't have a heavy rescue? So that's one thing that I've asked Kyle to look at with Davenport is, are there any one-time expenditures with long lead times like this we could utilize some of this money for? Because if you drop $2 million in a CIP, that's the lion's share of an annual CIP that you all approve, and that's a mighty big hit. So this is a lot of money to be sitting on. It is all invested right now, so we are earning interest on it. But again, to the board's point, what's the best use of this money? Davenport will be coming back to you all. And the next slide, I think, is my last slide, Mr. Sullins. So you requested, how much has been returned to the unassigned general fund balance year over year? So going back and using my same, starting at FY19, we've closed out 25. I can't predict 26 yet, but this is the total dollar amount that has been returned to that fund that has yielded the 48, this is how that $48 million has grown over time.
So with fiscal year 25, 4.17-ish was returned. Does that include the 3.7 million from the school? Oh, okay, gotcha. Never mind, wrong year, wrong year. That's last year.
Okay.
Yeah, I got it. Thank y'all. Where I'm going is each one of these years, the amount of money that we took out of the general fund to balance it is, yeah, I mean, when you're throwing stuff out there and you're getting even more back, it's either Jesus math, and I'm not trying to be sacrilegious, but it's either Jesus math or smart investing, or we're overtaxing people. And we want to increase taxes again.
Or we can borrow 5.2 million from the general fund. But that's against your policy, and that's the compounding problem that there's going to come a year when, you know, if this increases, you borrow 5.2 and you spend everything, then your fund balance just decreased by 5.2 million. This is a decision. This is something that we've seen building over the years.
No, I understand, and I'm not saying I want to pull 5.2 million out of the general fund. I just want to make dang sure that we're being really smart with the money that we're taking from our citizens.
Right.
And if we bump up the general fund that much every year, you know, earlier in the conversation you talked about, you know, giving money back to the citizens. It's not. The general fund is going up and up, and we're talking about increasing taxes.
That's correct. So you know, this board will need to make a fundamental decision. Do you raise taxes the full 10 cents as I recommended? Are there any additional cuts? You know, we went line by line in each department 2 Fridays ago. Mm-hmm. And then I cut $1 million that night, and we cut more that day. Where else do we cut, or is there a balance? Is it, you know, a 5-cent tax rate and borrow $2.5 million from fund balance? Right. It's, you know, those are the decisions, you know, you all are going to have to make, and I'm happy to guide you, provide any advice that you have, any questions that you have, but that's where we're at. This is, you know, it's like I said, it's a compounding issue. Mm-hmm. And if it's, in my opinion, as a county administrator, if it's not addressed, it's just going to grow into the future and get worse.
How much do we have budgeted for CIP this year?
We approved, the CIP was for, we're going to get an exact number for you. That was approved at the first meeting in April 7, I believe. We're going to get the exact number.
I'm fine with big round numbers.
4 million? She likes to be exact.
So I understand we don't want to take money out of the general fund for ongoing pay raises and stuff like that, but we could take some of this $4 million and put it toward that CIP, and that comes out of the expenses.
So I'm going to tell you, you know, so King George, the budget's set up a little bit differently here, and I'm learning it. Other localities I've worked at, you go back 2 years, what was returned in the CIP, so that $4.175 million that was returned in FY25, that funds your FY27. So you know exactly, you know, what that amount is. King George is set up a little bit differently. I'm not saying we change course, but that is traditionally, in my 20+ years of local government, how it's worked. You know, money returned from 2 years ago establishes your CIP for the following year, or 2 years down the road.
Good question.
I'd just like to follow up on that a little bit. I think my mind went where yours is. Like if we're on a glide slope to return 4 mil this year, if our averages match the last 2 years, we would be on a path to return 4 mil. Mm-hmm. And our CIP is 4. And we not state, or would we go through an approval process to, instead of returning it to the general fund, use that to pay this year's CIP? I think to your point, you would need to do it.
1 million instead of 5.
Exactly. Right.
Then we have a deficit of 1 million instead of 5.
Then we're trying to close up
maybe we increase taxes, but it's a much slower increase.
Right. Again, I respect that that is a one-year fix, right? It doesn't fix sort of your structural budgetary salaries, routine equipment, routine maintenance. But the other thing I wanted to make sure you said, and the policy does allow us to also use that to recall bonds, pay off some of our higher interest bond offerings, right?
That is, yes, you can use it for that, and that's what Davenport will be looking at, what the best use of that $48 million will be.
Policy question. I think we have a policy that says we have to keep 15% of, is it local revenues part of the budget, or 15% of the total budget, which would also include those revenues from state and federal sources?
It is the
It
total.
is the total
It's
budget.
the total, so 15% of,
It's about
$145
million, I guess.
So there are excess funds above and beyond our policy, and the policy states funds in excess, in this case, 28 million, could be used by the board for CIP, paying down debt, economic development projects.
I brought up that this year is our highest debt service year across our bond portfolio. That's the other thing I'm anxious to hear Davenport's opinion on that, because paying that down reduces that year after year debt service that we have to pay, and that would help us in the budget as well.
Right. And as a reminder, the board is, pushing forward for a new CTE building also. So we may be able to pay down some higher interest loans and debt, but we're also going to incur more debt whenever that CTE structure gets built. So something to think about as that project moves forward.
I have a couple questions, especially on this side. Is the FY 23 or 22, that big jump, is any of that related to COVID, meaning that we got ARPA funds coming back in that makes it so high?
I don't think ARPA funds were, no, I don't think
I was
ARPA
just
funds weren't included, no.
And then I was always told and always under the impression that our CIP is mostly funded by the landfill revenue. I know that all goes in the general fund, but
right.
that was the pitch all my time.
And the revenue from the landfill, we're at, what, 6.7 million right now? Is that pays down our debt? Yes. So that's why, what the response was, whenever Mr. Rasavi moved the debt to the general fund,
Right.
there was not enough revenue from the landfill. I think it's 6.7 million to cover that $10 million worth of debt. So there are some internal transfers that need to occur to cover our debt.
Okay, thank you.
I think that was that my last slide? Oh, schedule, that's right. Thank you, Ms. Fish. So board had at the work session, you gave the authorization to authorize a public hearing at the tax rate of 68 cents. So that will occur on May 5. I talked to a couple of you. Initially, I was going to have the public hearing for the FY27 operating budget on that same night. But in order to meet state deadlines, I would have to put a specific number in my balanced budget like 3 days ago. And I didn't want to pin you guys into a specific number. So I knew I was going to present this balanced budget with a tax rate increase. So I wanted to give you all some flexibility. So what we did, we pushed this out by 2 weeks. But the May 5 number, that's important for Commissioner Revenue and for the Treasurer's Office. Once those tax rates are set, they can start working on the bills. I believe Mr. Jones is already June 5, but I believe he's extending that till June 12. So that's when they can really get turned loose. And there's some internal work that needs to go on in both of those offices before the bills hit the streets, and we want to give taxpayers ample time to pay those. So it really doesn't push back the mailing or people receiving their tax bills, because that May 5 date is critical. So if we do a May 18 public hearing, June 2nd, you would approve the operating budget and tax rates and appropriate funds for the FY27 budget. Again, this is we don't know what the state's going to do right now. So as I said from day one, we're probably going to have to approve a budget and come back and likely amend it. So that's where we stand right now. Any questions, directions from the board? So really our next really deadline would be that public hearing on May 18th, where we have to advertise a specific dollar amount and by key functional area how that money is spent.
Yes, sir. So on the unassigned fund balance over the years, so that shows how much money is invested. But how much money does the county have that isn't invested?
That's a question for the treasurer. I believe they keep about 3 million on hand. I believe that's the correct amount, but everything else is invested either in a sweep account, or through, I know there's 10 million in AIM accounts, PFM manages, and there's the other portfolio that PFM manages. But of that 47 million, I believe only 3 million is not invested. I can't speak on behalf of the treasurer, but I believe that is correct.
Okay, so, because with that, per our financial policy, a review of all investments and investment results is supposed to be presented to you, finance, and the treasurer on a quarterly basis. Are you getting that now?
I get the PFM, and I know I've sent those to the board whenever I do get them.
Quarterly?
Yeah, yes, they're quarterly. They are quarterly. Sweep accounts, I have not, I do not get those. I know I request those, but those do not come to me on a quarterly basis. PFM come to me because the two gentlemen who were before you a
Because
couple weeks ago,
PFM's providing, but
they
the treasurer,
send it right to me.
the treasurer's responsible for the policy and meeting that. So I know Mr. Jones isn't here and you're here, but the county administrator is supposed to be provided that as well as finance. But where I'm leading up to, is there a way that we can get a one slide at our next meeting that shows where all the citizens' money is? How much, if one of my citizens asked, one of my constituents said, how much money do we have? There's one slide that shows, and I understand that changes daily, just pick a point in time. You can say, for the day you make the slide, 1 May or whenever it is, that says, here's how much money we have today. If I went home and asked my wife, how much money do I have? I expect her to be able to tell me. That's basically the same thing. How much money do we have in the county? Can we get a slide and maybe make it a report that we get? Is that something you guys would like to see? How much money?
Very much.
I mean,
Okay, Ms. Pruitt, I'm going to rely on you to take that back to the treasurer, and that's something that I will need for the next meeting. And if you guys would like to see that on a monthly basis,
yes, a monthly basis.
okay,
Just,
absolutely.
thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
That makes sense what we're asking for. It's a snapshot in time. We get that it changes every day. Okay. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, for the sake of anybody at home watching, I just want to make sure what she stated was on the mic. That's all.
Yeah, we're just looking, big picture, how much money we have that's got all inclusive. That was one of my questions. And yeah, that's the only question for this meeting, I think, for this particular brief.
All right, anybody else? All right, thanks a bunch. Thank you, Matt.
I did want to let the board know, if you go, my very last slide, right there, if we want to hold to this date and having a public hearing for the May 18th, we need to know from the board what dollar amount that is. So, I presented a balanced budget, what are your thoughts on that? Are there changes that need to be made? Because we do need to advertise this. If not, that pushes us out another 2 weeks.
So what you're asking is about the tax rate.
But the tax rate's already taken care of. But for the balance, whenever we advertise that, for the budget, we need
the full dollar amount.
We have to advertise the full dollar amount. And one of those first slides where I had expenditures, it was probably, keep going. Right there. That's what we have to advertise. So per state code, we have to advertise this. So we will need a finite dollar amount from the board and to authorize a public hearing. If it doesn't occur tonight, we're going to get bumped back 2 more weeks. Just let you know. No pressure, but I just need to know direction so that we can meet deadlines and the will of the board.
No pressure, but tell me tonight.
No, you can say, tell me in 2 weeks, and it just bumps everything by 2 weeks, and that's fine.
Well,
But we need some direction from the board.
I actually have a question. I'd like to go back to the slide that says, what does the budget include?
Oh, there you go.
So the dollar amount that's, I guess, it's the 143, hold on, it was on one of the slides. 143,922, 360,
Yes, ma'am.
that's where this
That includes, that's everything you see on the slide there.
includes that.
That is correct.
So I want to bring up about the county employees COLA,
Okay.
because I'm going to be honest, cost of living is 3.3 and we're only giving 2%. That is a problem for me. We should at least give the inflationary rate, even if it's just 3%. Because everybody else is getting, especially the schools.
There's
That would be, 1% would be 317. I'm just putting it out there. I just
so that would
think
be
that's the
another
correct thing
three-
to do.
Over half a penny.
I know that. I'm just putting it out there. I mean, I might be voted down. I'm just making a point because everybody's bills have gone up, gas, rent maybe.
And that's why I
tax-
wanted to give you guys some options here.
We also talked about
the merit increase.
the merit increase. We talked about not giving the full 5% COLA for the schools. We looked at 3% option, 4% option, and some other stuff. So,
I mean, I'm looking at that and, being on the board a while, I remember times that we didn't, and we had a lot of employees leave. We had rumblings. Looking at the inflationary numbers, as I even went back further after our discussion to look at the price of inflation over the last 10 years and costs go up. It just letting people have the cost of inflation, even if it's just 3%.
Most of the time with the schools, it's like 3% of the state. That whole 5% us, not including.
No, that's there's state funds that come in. So and I wish Jen was here from the schools to better explain this, but there's
SOQ positions that we get state money, and then there are the position we have to fund 100% because they're not SOQ.
That's right.
SOQ are state funded
thank you.
positions, and they'll give us 3% raise for those, but that's a relatively small fraction of the
Correct.
total number of teachers that we have, and
And staff.
no school in the state.
Similar to
Own-
comp board funded positions at the county.
Yeah, no school in the state only hires that many teachers because you would have massively oversized classrooms.
Yes.
That's the 10,000-foot level on that.
Yeah, people don't realize that a lot of it gets put back on the locality because a lot of those positions aren't funded with SOQ funds.
So I've got the board wants to leave it as is. If I've got some options for increases for. And then again, it's social services, county, and school are at 2%. Fire rescue's at 3%. Sheriff, are you at, is this step plan 3%? 3% for the sheriffs and 5% for the schools.
What is the impact if we push this back 2 weeks, other than the fact that we pushed it back 2 weeks and?
I don't think it's gonna impact us. The big thing is the tax rate, to get those taxes out, the tax bills out.
But we've been starting earlier for the last few years than it has been in the past. I mean, has that been a problem?
I don't think it's going to be an issue.
The driver behind what was so late for the last few years has been waiting to find out what the state's going to do for the schools.
Right. Well, here we are again.
Yeah. So I mean,
I don't think.
Do we really need to hurry up and wait and just hope that we guess right, or should we push it back a couple of weeks and talk amongst ourselves and get it straightened out?
It's the will of the board. If you want me to wait 2 weeks, we can wait 2 weeks. But I just want to let you. I will need clear direction. So whenever I put my presentation, you and I have an agenda meeting on Monday. I will need very specific direction from the consensus of the board, not just one member, of what needs to be done to the budget.
Yep.
And that's going to be tough to do we have to think about how we're going to communicate that and get, maybe you as the chairman need to work with your board members.
Yep.
So I will need 3 of the 5 to say, this is what we need in the budget.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
So I would ask the board, the members, like, what questions do you have? Like, what is it that would keep anybody up here from making a decision tonight? Can you tell, I'm just curious what that is.
Easy 3% for the county employees.
That's your only issue?
Yes.
Okay.
You understand the ripples on the water that's going to cause
What do you mean the ripples on the water?
more tax increases.
Right, but, I'm even gonna throw out there, why can't
I'm
that?
not arguing with
No,
you.
no,
I just
why
want to make
can't
sure
that-
you understand.
Oh, I understand, but why can't that 1%, it's $317,000, right? Why could that not be taken from the general fund? And that would not cause any increase.
Because it's not a one-time thing. It's an ongoing subscription, if you will.
But I got you, but we've done it in the past.
Yeah, it's still not right. I mean,
I'm not saying it's not right, but I also think it's not right to only give 2% to one small faction over everybody else is getting 3% or more. That's also not a good look either.
Are you asking for the number on, am I ready to raise taxes?
That's
I'm not.
so then I need to hear what that needs to be. The budget is yours now, what that needs to be and where those cuts are coming from. If you want a 5%, I need to cut $2.5 million out of this budget.
Now, when the schools came, they didn't really talk about any cuts, did they?
The schools, so initially the schools, when they first came in, had a $3.8 million increase. We refunded or gave them back right at $2 million. So their request at 1.8, yes, it's the lowest request, but we put some money that was left over ahead. So I make that clear. Now the schools, one thing they did not do this year that, this is only my second year doing the budget, but there were no new positions at the school. Where I had 21 requested at the county, the school did not request any.
I wanted to ask that because I had a question from a constituent about that.
Okay. And then some things to think about, in order to think about it, and, all the teachers aren't going to like this, but when you look at, go to another slide. I was just, doing some math. Keep going down. Okay. Hang on, there we go. So it's, 100, it's 156 if you remove decompression. That's anticipated savings. These numbers, that's why there's an asterisk here. We just don't know what those are without a state number. And then the one additional 1% cost is, let me pull that up here. So I don't want to get everybody dizzy on the slides. Additional 1% would be 317,000. So you're not even halfway home there. 4. I mean, you could play with these numbers, but if you want to do another, 1%, it's either take the teachers down to 4% COLA, remove decompression. That'll save you 638. You put 317 of that towards the county social services and the library, and you're still 300,000 to the good without rate, and then keeping it at a 10-cent tax rate.
What about the healthcare stuff that we kicked in on? How does that change?
That's built into the budget. That was my April 7th, and I can pull it up, but that was in my April 7th presentation, the cost to the county. I want to say the schools, their increase, they were 22%. I think that was a number around $860,000 increase. The county, and I don't have my April 7th presentation on hand, it's on my laptop, but I believe it's still several $100,000.
So hopefully you see where I'm going with that. We kicking in another almost $1 million for healthcare increases, and then we're still being asked to kick in another 5%. Earlier in the week, I got to go speak with an organization, and some of the people were kind of irate that I, quote, don't support teachers. I absolutely support teachers, but there's 27,000 other people in the county in addition to those teachers, and we have got to think about them too. And I told them, like, every time we start talking about raising taxes, I still go back to that meeting for the last time we raised taxes, and yes, that was, 3 years ago? The lady that came up here, she's crying, and she's like, you're taxing me off my farm. we represent them too. And so that's why we're nitnoiding the heck out of this.
Yep.
And so, yes, we kicked in almost $1 million for healthcare increases. Do we really have to go a full 5%?
And that's something, you know, for the board to consider. And that's why I wanted to provide you these numbers with some different options.
The number that we raise, or whatever it is that saying if we do that 3% COLA that the state's gonna match it 3%?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. The
Some
three,
of them, the
some of it,
SOQs.
yes, some, yeah,
That's where
that's
it's been
the,
going
some of the
lately.
positions. But again, these are the preliminary numbers from Jen of what the county, the local money would be saved.
There's not a lot of locales. There's definitely not in the private sector people who cover so much of health insurance.
No, you know, King George.
I mean, we are. I mean, when you look at a salary and that salary sheet says $55,000, and then you look at health benefits, it says $33,000.
Well, that's FICA. That's
Yeah,
everything. It's just not health.
You got to look at total compensation.
You have to look at total. Again, you look at the worst case
Look at the
scenario. You have to
total
budget
number.
for that.
That's
That's right.
It is interesting. We don't advertise positions based on total compensation. We advertise positions based on salary. So I do think if we keep repeating the same thing over and over, expecting this to get better, it's never going to happen, right? So let's talk about healthcare, right? But I think I did the math. It's about $1.5 million we're kicking in for the healthcare increase across all 1,000 employees, schools plus staff in the county. Like, we're not even offering a high deductible healthcare plan. Right? That would save us funds, and it would save the employees some funds. So we do some things throughout the year that set us up for this budget. Too late to go fix. We negotiated healthcare rates back in like February. So I think as we come into this budget season, I hope every department head is looking for opportunities, because we have got to choose to stop doing some things, offer some new opportunities that might be better off for everybody in the long run. So that relooking at the policies we offer with healthcare, keep the ones we've got, but throw in another option there that might save some people, you know, both in their paycheck and would save the county some money on the back end too. I don't think I had an issue necessarily with the 143. Like, kind of with Ms. Bender, I think whether it's 2% COLA and a 1% merit budget that you work with, right? So then some people could earn more than 3%. Putting that in the budget, I think, would be a good idea. Or a 3% COLA and match it up with tough decisions.
You're done, right? Yep. So what's the will of the board?
I just wanted to know what's keeping people from making a decision tonight. And I think, well, I don't know. I know where some people's are. I know where Kathy is for sure. And you know, I like the idea of reducing the school to increase the county employees to level, get the county employees to 3, and then at the school let Dr. Boyd figure out the winners and losers. He's got higher performers, and he's got, you know, some teachers, they get more, and the ones, some of them don't. He needs to figure that out. I don't know, you know, what his processes are there for that. I just don't know. I think they're based on the position and years of service or something, but you know, but you know, I would like him to have more discretion on that, or at least, you know, somebody have more discretion on that. But you know, kind of cross leveling that, you know, I support. I'm not sure who said that, whether you said it or Bill said it.
I guess how prescriptive do we have to be with, sorry, out of order. How prescriptive do we have to be with the schools? What'd you say was a $315,000 challenge? Like if, honestly, that's our HVAC in the boardroom. Say that in jest, because it's not working at the moment. But would it be possible to work with the school board to find that money and I'll allow them to do the 5% that they wanted to do if they can find that 315 somewhere else?
You know, the school board will make their recommendations. Ultimately, the board of supervisors, you know, who control the purse strings. You know, these are the recommendations that the school board put forward. You know, Dr. Boyd put it to them. They, you know, approved a budget. It comes to me, and then I get to kind of hash it out and present it to you, and then the board ultimately has the final say. So it's really not doesn't have to go back to the school board. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't really mean go back. I just meant, you know, can we give them a challenge of 315,000?
You know, I see this more as it be a directive of here's what you're getting, instead of, you know, go back, because then they're, you know, that's just going to add to the time. It's you have the authority to say this is what you're getting, and to make it work.
So we technically could take $317,000 out of their budget to compensate. They would just have to work with that.
But I like Mr. Metz's idea of the 2% COLA, and then Mr. Smolnick having a 1%, the other 1% being available to him to use for merit. I like him having the ability to have money, merit money, for those employees that are the overachievers, that are putting the extra effort and the extra hours and do that. So. That's what I would support.
Not to point out the obvious, but this whole thing is under presentation. It's not an action item tonight anyway.
Well, what's an action is that he needs some guidance, because if we don't, you know, we don't have to do it tonight, but the longer we kick the can, we will be up against the wall eventually. So that's why I wanted to know. That was my question earlier. How much slack time do you have?
Mr. Chair, if I can suggest, you can hold a special meeting next week and still be on track for the 18th, or come to a conclusion.
I cannot be at a special meeting next week, period.
All right. Advertise a big number, then we can always scale back.
But again, you have to advertise by, you know, the schools are at 72 million and some odd. Yep. We have to advertise
by category?
By category, that is correct. So if you do make a change between, you know, taking some from the schools, adding to the county, we'll need to know, because that's going to change the general administration and all the different parts of the county budget.
And I make a motion that we take that other 1% from the school budget, that it goes into the remaining county's budget, and that money is the 1% merit for the county. You understand what I was trying to say there? And then that would allow them to move forward with the final approved budget amount that we could approve, because nobody has an issue with anything else at this point. We have an issue with the tax rate.
Well,
right?
You made a motion.
Right.
We need to second it or not. Do I have a second? I'll second so we can keep the conversation going. So go ahead, discussion.
I'll make a point. I go back. I do like the idea of the merit increase. But for me, it's going back to we're increasing all these numbers up here for everybody else except for our county staff. And I think we still should 3% for everyone to cost of living. I like the idea of merit. I really do. I can't look at those numbers and the schools get 5, other folks get 4, and our county employees get 2.
Are you saying take the school down from 5 to 3% increase and take that addition? Oh, no? Okay. So what are you asking?
let me just see if I heard this correctly. So the school was 72 million and then change. That included our share and the state share estimated. That would get reduced by the $317,000. Do you need anything more specific than that?
We didn't talk in hard numbers, though. We talked in percentages.
Right, and then,
And
then you have to talk about the
1%
decompression. Is the decompression in
1%
it
of the school
also?
budget is way more than 1% of the county employee budget.
So you've got not only the COLA, but the decompression issue at the school. Do you want to keep that? Do you want to, the numbers that I presented show the decompression going away. So that's, 5% COLA with, removal of decompression saves you 156. If you drop decompression and 1% COLA, now you're at 638,594.
Can you explain decompression again?
So the way I understand this, whenever the Great Recession hit back in 2008, there was a period of years that the school held their salaries the same. So those employees who were hired right as the Great Recession hit didn't have a salary increase for 4 or 5 years or whatever like that. And then they hired somebody, when they released that, they hired somebody right on their heels. So you'd have somebody there who are now in step 9. I think it's years 9, 10, and 11. Please don't quote me, but there's 8, maybe 8 through 11. Next year it's going to be 9 through 12, and it moves up through the school system with your years, and that would separate that group who held their the salary the same for a number of years.
So basically, you're hiring new people.
That's right. That's right, and it's fixing that.
Yeah, so I guess my question was, why does it need to come out of that budget line, right? I'm looking at the schools, the one that was presented a couple weeks ago at the budget work session, and there's an 11% increase in administration, 15% increase in transportation, operations and maintenance, 19% increase. Due to some weirdness, facilities is all over the place, but it's increased, right? Like, good. Let's take 317 out of operations and maintenance and move on about our day. Good challenge.
I mean, that would work. I just, if that's what the board wants to do,
300
that's one item to discuss, where that comes out of.
Not knowing the road, it's actually a pretty good increase from last year. So, those were just the ones that stuck out at me, as opposed to, and that leaves it within the school board. They can still do the 5% COLA. They'll revisit as they get their final state budgets anyway. We've given them, they can do that, but we've challenged them in a different budget law.
And Mr. Metz, over the years, and I'm going to throw this out there, whenever we talk about this, always first is throw out, cut the teachers, and it's a good drama moment. And so I agree with that. There's other areas, because I always say admin is sometimes bloated, especially in colleges and school systems, that there's other ways that they can find to get that money than going at the teachers' raises.
Mr. Smollett, you said in your budget you had taken the decompression out.
That is correct. In my balanced budget, the decompression step 9 has been fixed with a 5% COLA across the board.
This line right here is correct.
Yes, that is what is built into my $144 million budget.
Okay. So right now, the budget includes the 5% COLA and the step 9 decompression.
That's correct.
Okay.
So I've got some, you can also reduce the school transfer amount by 317,767 to and this is the local money that the board transfers to the school. You can reduce it down to, it was 27,821,315, and the schools can redo their budget. I think that's, what Mr. Metz was getting at. So that's how it, is typically done. So the schools have requested 28 million and some change. You can just reduce that by the extra 1% and let them figure it out.
That's what we're trying to say. And that money becomes the merit money.
Okay.
Your merit money. summarizing, meaning that we're not telling the school where it comes from. We're just telling them that it's been reduced by that amount, and then that amount goes into Mr. Smolnik's line to use for the 1% merit. So
I still don't agree with the merit part. I still throw out the 3%. And then I also would like to make a statement, we do that, we're the people who control the money, that I don't want to see them here saying, I'm going to cut the teachers. There's other places, I'm sure, in the budget that could be found, including maybe in our budget.
well, that goes back to the long diatribe that I gave in the beginning about supervisors making decisions. They have to look the employees in the eye and figure out, how they're going to solve that to take care of their people, and not lay that at our feet. So I think now the challenge is figuring out, to approve the budget, is what the tax increase is going to be. It's whether people, like Bill pointed out, that's going to be the next issue. If you approve the budget the way it is right now, that includes the right, correct.
It's like I talked about at our budget meeting, the equation. On one side, we got the cost, 140 X million. On the other side, we've got the revenues. That's the assessments times the rate. Figure out what that is. And you brought up a good point. We're talking about this as if we're just accepting the assessments as is, and nobody's going to appeal, and everything's going to go hunky-dory going forward. I don't. What's the trend on how that works?
Yeah. And do we know how many people have, we have till May
4th.
4th. Thank you, May 4th. How many, Ms. Puckett, do you know how many we have who have filed an appeal to the Board of Equalization? Do you remember where it was a couple days ago? Okay. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I was just trying to think of, how big is that number of the thousands of properties? Is it 1/2 or 1/4 of 1%, or is it 15% of the population is appealed?
About 100 people. Definitely 100 people. Definitely 100 people.
Like the toughest is we haven't even talked about whether or not we accept the assessment. Have we? I mean, are we accepting them the way they are?
Well, that's what we're talking about right now.
Well, we're talking about a budget. We're specifically not talking about the assessments.
Well, I mean, that took us down a tangent to talk about the assessment.
Yeah, but we're not. Yeah, we're not talking about the assessments. We're just talking about, are we cool with what the aftermath of it? Without really talking about it.
We talked at length about the assessments during the last meeting. About, people talked about. Some people thought that they were fair. I think Mr. Metz said he thought his was fair.
I don't know about that.
36%.
He's the one to pick up the burden of everybody else. But no, there are those people that feel like, okay, they don't really have an issue with it, and then there are people that have a really major issue with it. And I had one of my comments, closing comments, very important that people that have an issue with the assessments, that they challenge the assessment, that they submit and they do something with it. Because for the people that have a problem with it, I'm like, challenge it. Don't just complain about it. You have to challenge it, because if you don't, then yeah, you are going to live with it. And you have to challenge it. But for those people that do, it's not. I think where I'm at with the assessment is I don't agree with the assessments. I don't agree with those percentages. I don't agree with, but I also don't agree that something shouldn't be done. We have to have an assessment, have to be reassessed, state requirement. The assessment was done. So we don't have to accept the assessments as they were. the challenge is though, is that some of them aren't bad. I mean, I've got properties, some of them, okay, I'm okay with. But the ones that I'm not okay with, we submitted letters, to the county challenging that. So there is a process for the people that don't agree with it. There's a process. The only other thing, and I don't know this, I think we just spoke about it, is if to try to mitigate large properties or something like that, you know, the ones that you had referenced, Sully, which, yeah, I'm cool with that, but how do you do that? I don't know. And there are processes in place with ag exemptions and things, and conservation easements and things like that also that provide some relief.
Mr. Chair, we did have a motion, and we've gone on a long tangent discussion. Did we have a vote?
We have not had a vote yet.
So I hear there've been 15 applications filed for the Board of Equalization to date, 1-5.
That's not too bad.
Wow.
Does that include the people that reached out to them directly, the company? Because they were also being emailed directly. Or is that just the people that came to you?
So the first step is for the property owners to meet with the assessor, to sit down one-on-one. And you know, the assessor would explain the rationale. If those individuals were not satisfied with that, their next step would be to file with the Board of Equalization. So that went from 700 people down to 15 to date. And then I believe if they still not with the Board of Equalization, they can file to circuit court, I believe. So that there's two official steps: Board of Equalization, circuit court, and the first informal is sitting down with the assessor. So of the 700 plus who sat down with the assessor, 15 have filed an appeal.
And there's about
I gotta find out
a
where
week and a
mine are.
half left before the deadline. Okay. All right, so anyway, back to what we were saying. Yes, there is a motion on the floor. You might want to re-summarize that.
To re-summarize it,
Hope you wrote that thing down.
yeah, it's the, you got it.
So I'm trying to help you out, and so please don't. So it'd be to reduce the school transfer amount by $317,767 to a total of $27,821,315, and which would allow the school board to figure out their allocation of the amount transferred by the Board of Supervisors.
Correct. And then that amount would go into
to a 1% merit.
1% merit. Correct.
Okay.
For the county social services and library staff.
Yes. Yeah. All right. So I'm not going to ask for further discussion because God knows where that'll go. All right, we'll do a roll call vote. Ms. Bender.
I have to say, based on my comments from previous, then nay.
All right. Mr. Stroud.
Aye.
Mr. Metz.
Aye.
Mr. Davis. Yes.
On that.
And chair votes aye. Motion carries. Yep.
We will do the slide with the expenditures, with I forgot what the title of that slide was. Here it is. Expenditures by functional area. So we will reduce that school by the 317 and some change, and I'll put it into the appropriate line item where that should go. Because it will be distributed amongst several of these. Yeah. We may just want to put it in the administration. Organization. We can put in organizational development, one line item, so we don't have to go through and tweak all of them. And that will give me the discretion to divvy that up at 1%.
Right.
I was gonna say, basically, the summary here is if we don't do the 66%, there would have to be further cuts from what's in this packet, basically.
There would be additional cuts, or the board could borrow against
General fund.
your general funds.
Okay, I just wanted clarification on that.
That is correct. And if there are cuts, I mean, I've gone through that, like I said, a million last week and a half ago by myself. There were additional cuts. I would look for some direction of, if it's another, couple million, where do I cut that from? Where do you want to see it cut from?
So have we talked about, I mean, I know we've talked about it, but what's the consensus on the 3, 4, or 5% raise for the teachers? No, we just said we'd take 318,000 out, and that's.
I think
Dr.
that's
Boyd-
all part of,
I think the 317,000 was from the general transfer.
Right.
That, how the school board is gonna,
Yep.
divvy that out, that's.
Yeah, that's for them to figure out
okay, well,
where to
I'm glad,
pull that. But we have not specifically addressed the pay increases.
I mean, I'm gonna say what I said at the budget work session. I know for a fact there's about 20-some teachers that are leaving because Stafford is opening a high school and I think 2 elementary schools, and they're giving them $20,000 more. I'm not saying we can match that, but those are the realities, and I think there's another couple other school systems that pay more, and they're down the Northern Neck. And, I'm concerned several of us have kids that are in the schools, and do we, I don't know, I see us bleeding some teachers, especially because of the Stafford situation. If we don't give some kind of increase, that it is at least above the cost of living.
Well, I had 2 teachers yesterday tell me that teachers weren't leaving for that reason.
Well, there's yes and no. I've heard from both, and I've heard from lots of teachers over the years, and I've heard some of it is they have issues inside, the different reason, culture, whatever. But then there are some literally they're leaving for, it's because of the salary. They can make more, and they can get a bigger retirement if they just go up to Stafford and get $20,000 more.
Well, the thing about this is, and again, I don't know how that system works, but what would really be cool is if the people who are running the school can figure out and say, okay, you know what? These are the teachers that we really want to keep, so we're going to increase their pay to keep them. And the ones that maybe aren't performing as well, then let them make the move.
No, that's fair. It's just how do we also attract them? Because not everybody's going into that profession anymore, and then we lose a lot of people. They go and they work for whatever reason, they leave and they go to the base, those math teachers and that, and then the kids kind of get shorted on the math teacher end.
So how are Stafford and Spotsy compensating people for their health care insurance?
I don't know that answer right off the top of my head.
I mean, that number is dang near a percentage point right off the top.
That's something maybe we could reach out to the other localities to find out how they cover their health insurance.
Yeah. Right. I mean, personally, I'm just gonna stop. Go ahead.
I want to hear the answer.
Nope, I didn't get enough sleep last night to finish that thought.
So I think if I recall correctly, when Dr. Boyd was here, he did have a chart that kind of mapped out, and the one that really bothers me is the starting salary one, and he mapped it with the 6 surrounding localities, and so, or 5 surrounding localities. And he mapped, I think, first, and then a couple of other increments on the pay bands. And we're getting down around 5th or 6th on those charts. And that bothers me a lot when we're behind, particularly, it's not just Stafford. When we're starting to be behind Spotsy and Caroline, and then you look at the other surrounding counties in Westmoreland, and we don't have to be at the top, but we can't be at the bottom either, right? And so that 5%, as he pitched, from what I recall in that chart, that 5% keeps us sort of in the middle. And again, there's just a lot coming together all in one year.
But again, I go back to the same thing, total compensation. What, we may be, at the bottom on just the base salary, but if you look at the total package, where do we stand? And we never talk about that. And that's a butt ton of money.
Yes, sure.
To be honest, I don't even know if in the overall scheme of things, even the teachers realize that, that's all part of that package. It's, everybody always just thinks about salary, but they don't think about those benefits that are also on top of. And that might be public education. Getting the word out.
Well, yeah, I had a number of people yesterday, 3 that I remember, that they homeschool, and they're like, you know what, my taxes are going to pay for the schools, and I homeschool. So, somebody yesterday said that King George is like way up there, like number 5 county in the state of number of homeschool kids. Like, we're really high. So, it's like, okay, we're competing with other schools, for teacher pay, but we have the highest number of homeschool kids. I mean, somewhere there seems to be an imbalance there. I don't know. I don't have the answers. I'm just saying that we have people that we represent that may feel it's a little unfair that they're paying that, and then we're taking more money out of their pocket. Whenever this doesn't seem right.
These kids are growing up here, and if you don't give them a trade or something, then you'll be paying something else for them if they don't stay straight. You know what I mean? If they're getting into trouble and stuff, then you get a whole other bill picking up for those people when they get 18.
They go to school to stay out of trouble.
Yeah, some do.
Some do.
Yeah, then they get in trouble enough. They don't get to go to school, then they want to go back.
And they go to the Marine Corps.
Yeah.
And over the years, they've asked homeschool why you're not in the school system. Part of it is the education that, and a lot of them is that there's no religion in the schools, and so they homeschool because they want God in the classroom.
Yeah. Right. So
we've gone down another tangent.
The teacher's starting pay, our stuff is close to when I look at it, it's always the gap. And then so the one school might pop up now where it's 20,000 more or something like that, but our starting pay has been right on close to everybody else. It's just been the gap of people that have been there 8, 9, 10 years. That was what and we closed a little bit of that last year. We paid towards that. I thought it was like I can't remember if it was 2 or 3% of what we did last year on it to close that gap down. But as far as starting teachers' pay, I mean, ours is comparable. As far as the starting pay, it's the years after where we fall behind.
I believe you're correct, Mr. Davis. Starting pay is comparable, but that as they go on, down the years, that's when we drop. I want to say it was like 8 out of 9 at a certain time. But
that's also why merit-based raises or bonuses are so important, because about that time we started to figure out who is really teaching our kids well and who's just fogging a mirror.
Yeah.
I just did. What do y'all want to do?
I mean, the 3% COLA is assuming also the state's going to match 6%.
No, it's not like that.
Yeah.
It's not a matching. They'll assume a portion of that for the SOQ teachers, but
yeah,
then we pay the difference. But
yeah.
It'll still be a flat 3% if we go that rate. It doesn't stack.
So here's the other question: if we say 3 and the state comes back and said we're doing 5, where do we get the money from? Because we're going to have to, because we don't know what the state is doing. I mean, heck, they could even go 6. You never know. We just don't know.
I think we gotta kinda get an idea what the state's gonna do. I just, maybe. Besides I don't know who else is ready to pull the trigger on that today. I think it's something we need to talk about over the next week or so and amongst ourselves.
And all the counties are grappling with this. Nobody knows.
So can we get a motion to push this for 2 weeks? Is that what you're
It's a
suggesting?
public hearing, we can just end, we don't need that.
No, there's no presentation. I mean, sorry, it's presentation. There's no act. So, yeah, you're right.
Well, so, I think one of the slides and the importance of the brief tonight, because I've been having these conversations with Mr. Smollett, kind of probably wearing him out on trying to get to this in my own brain, but is the tax rate one. The assessments, that's one thing, but the tax rate. We get, nobody wants, don't raise my taxes, don't raise my taxes, don't raise my taxes. Nobody wants to increase taxes. But there's one slide. I'm looking at the one that shows over the years that that one. Right. That right there to me is a pretty important slide. And, nobody wants their taxes to increase, but that's an important slide because it shows that even though it's 10%, what is overall, it's a 4%, how do you say there? For the 7 fiscal years, the tax rate to support the county, school operations, less the courthouse, is increased by 4 cents. So in 7 years, we only had a 4-cent increase. And I'm not, it'd be great to have a decrease. And I think that we wouldn't be facing this right now if we had more income. That's the problem. We don't have the income though. The county doesn't have the income. And we have nowhere to draw the money from other than increasing taxes. In the future, we will. Today we don't. In the future, maybe able to have a tax decrease, like Prince William just did. That is why we made some of the tough decisions we made, in the last year with the data centers. They may not be popular, but that's what's bringing the revenue in, and the revenue's not here yet. But once that happens, then these type of decisions aren't. The people sitting here in the future won't be dealing with this. Shouldn't have to deal with. They'll be dealing with challenges, but not this one. But today, it's just a bad place to be in.
Unfortunately, it's going to be several years before those.
It is.
Before those revenues start coming in. Ms. Bender will be in her 15th term, I think, by that point.
Yeah, but she won't have any say in it anyway because she didn't vote for the data center.
For one.
Hey, now, let's not get nasty.
Oh, that's not nasty.
I started
that. You can't spend money you don't have.
All right.
But, so that's where, whether we decide tonight or not, we're going to have that. We're going to have to get to something. So, unfortunately, that's the responsibility that rests on our shoulders.
So, how about this? I think it's safe to say we're probably not going to decide this tonight. But he brings up a really good point that means that for the next week or so, there's going to be a lot of one-on-one phone calls, stuff like that. To kick that off, are y'all comfortable walking down the line and giving me the big rocks as you see them on what we need to work on over the next week so that we can at least kind of target this and make the conversations go quicker and smoother. All right, Bender, what are your big rocks?
Thinking here, what do you mean by big rocks, though?
The things that you would consider non-negotiable, and the things that you would be willing to cut, or maybe you're fine with a 10-cent tax increase. What are the big things that you consider adjustable, or just leave it as is?
I would have to think, but I want to make sure that the cost of living is given to the employees.
Okay.
But to further that, I would have to relook and give that answer because I wasn't prepared to
No, that's
answer
fair.
that question.
That's a big question with no prep time.
Right.
All right. Safe to say everybody wants to think about this a little bit.
Well, I would say that anybody that makes any suggestion has to provide a solution. So if I want to cut the budget, then I'm gonna have to provide. It doesn't have to be the one that is the final solution, but if I'm gonna cut it, then I need. If I'm gonna say, you know what, I don't want to support that tax increase, then I need to be able to identify where that funding would come from. In other words, we shouldn't be.
Going back to your opening statement, which was well spoken, your whole thing was the department heads come and drop this on our lap and we have to figure it out. Why are we not asking them to make some of these hard decisions? But now you're saying we can't push back unless we have a solution of our own.
No, I'm not saying that either.
Okay.
I'm not saying we can't push back, but I'm saying that if I'm going to look and say, you know what, I'm not going to do that, or I don't want to support this, then I need to be able to say, okay, here's what I'm willing to give up, or here's where I recommend it come from. In other words, what I'm trying to say is that I don't want to have to solve your problem, just like I don't want to make you have to solve my problem. If I want to submit, but that doesn't mean you can't go back to the county. That doesn't mean that that may fall back on. It may not fall on. It'll fall back on Matt's shoulders, but then he's had to go back to whatever department it is too, and say, hey, all the departments have came in and briefed us, and then I think they've squeezed a few things out from beyond that. And I think we all feel strongly about certain things too.
And that's what I'm trying to get at. What are the things that we each feel strongly about, so that when I'm start talking, because again, for sake of public's understanding, if more than two of us talk, it's a quorum and it's an illegal meeting. I'm going to be spending the next several days calling Miss Bender and then Mr. David individually, going back and forth, trying to polish this turd, if you will, and figure out what we're going to do with it. So I'm trying to get the big ticket items that each one of us holds dear. You want the cost of living, the 3% increase for county employees, got it. But what are the other things that folks, hold dear that you want us to really try to include in this, or exclude if it were?
Well, I have a question too.
Go ahead.
Now, we have right at $10 million of debt service. And we touched on this earlier, right? That's due. So if you took $3 million of it, because we said Mr. Smalling briefed that he's got Davenport providing recommendations, but
when are they coming?
I was thinking that first meeting in June, do we need them here sooner? Because I asked them, I said, how soon are you guys ready? They said, we need a couple more weeks. We can see if we can get them here the May 18th meeting.
Yeah, with this hearing schedule, we need them here sooner than later. Otherwise, we will have already made a bunch of decisions that we're pretty well locked into.
I think I think their discussion will revolve around the $48 million of unallocated fund balance.
That's where I think Ken's coming from, maybe paying some of the debt off with the fund balance.
Yeah, use the fund balance to pay that part of that $10 million that's hanging out there, because it's our debt anyway. It's the county's debt. Use the county money to pay the debt, pay that debt bill, which frees up the rest of the budget. I mean,
fund
that's what I would do.
So it'd be like prepaying your debt. I mean, these are long-term bonds we've borrowed, combination adding up to $10 million. So it'd be making the annual payments.
From the general fund, is that correct, Ken? Did I get from, you're suggesting to
From
take,
an unassigned fund balance.
right, to take some of the debt that's on the ledger in this budget and take it out of the general fund to reduce the tax increase? Is that correct?
Correct. The tax increase based on that $10 million worth of additional debt.
To put it in perspective, for the three of us, well, you two, you've been here longer, but just for the 2.5 years-ish that we've been here, the general fund has increased $15 million. That's a huge chunk of change that we could put toward paying off some of these debts and reduce the overall ask.
Yeah, and then that's gonna be a question for Davenport. Because what I'm hearing is that would just, you're gonna take money from the unassigned fund balance, not to pay off debt, but just simply use it as your debt payment for this fiscal year, is what I'm hearing.
I'm talking
Can you do that? Is it the best use of money? Are you paying, I'm just saying, are you paying on loans that are at 2.5%? Versus you could go ahead and take care of a 5.5% loan in its entirety. That's still outstanding.
You could, but we're being presented to, right now, we're being told we have $10 million to pay this year. You're not telling me the interest rate, you're not telling me, I'm not getting those choices. All I'm getting is you gotta pay $10 million.
Those are from previous, whenever that money was borrowed. I'm looking across the room to make sure I'm saying this right.
Sure.
When that money was borrowed, we knew what our debt payment was going to be for the next 20 years.
Okay, but we owe $10 million this year. We gotta pay, right? I mean, I gotta pay my truck note. I can't say, well, you know what, I'm not gonna pay that one, I'm gonna pay the car note instead. You're telling me I have $10 million of debt to pay, and I've got $10 million sitting in the account, okay, that's going up. So just pay that, and we owe the $10 million, it's not negotiable.
Thinking ahead, what do we do next year then?
Are we gonna owe the $10 million next year?
It's gonna be, I think it drops a little bit, but it's gonna be comparable, yeah.
That would be kind of what I'm expecting to hear Davenport say. I think we're carrying about $115 million total debt. What they sent me last summer was this fiscal year, $6.5 million in principal, $3.7 million in interest. So I think some of these, it's a whole handful of debt offerings that we've offered. And I know that there's a couple that are above 4%, right? So if we took that 15 million and just retired some 4.2, it's not going to save us $10 million in the budget, but it might save us, $1 million, but it's $1 million every year for the next however many years that debt is due, right? So I like that plan, right? I think that's better use of that fund. I think in the short term, though, I'm not sure that fixes the $144 million budget any. I would also be interested in hearing, okay, so from Davenport's perspective, would it be smart to use the excess? As a matter of fact, you could even do your plan with the 2 years. I've been sitting here thinking about this since you mentioned the CIP. Could we take that $4 million from 2 years ago and completely fund this year's CIP from the unallocated general fund and use that to help balance the budget? And you get in this pattern of, okay, good, whatever we're returning to the general fund pays our CIP for the year. It ties our hands a little bit, right? We could change this policy as we move forward to make it work for our county situation, especially as we find new revenue sources.
Right. Yeah, and I'm not advocating pay the entire amount from there either. I was saying that, but I'm just saying that I'm being told I have this debt that I've got to pay. Clearly, if it doesn't make sense, in there, if you look at them individually and one's 1.5% or 2%, well, yeah, that we're better off letting that one stay and pay the higher interest ones. I've said that over the years. I've been saying that, if we're making more money on it, then we need to make more money on it than what we're paying. But somewhere in there, I think there's the ability to do that.
So, two things. One, we're coming up on 10 o'clock. Yeah. I knew it had to be coming eventually because we've finished at like 9:30 for the last several weeks, but it's about time to go late. But anyway, so we're coming up on 10 o'clock. And the other thing is, how soon can we get Davenport in here? Because, I mean,
I'm
there's
on,
some, there's
I'm
some
on the phone
options.
with them at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'm
All
sure
right.
they're probably watching us right now, so.
And I'll call you at 8:15 tomorrow morning.
Call me at 8:10, I'll be done in 5 minutes.
All right. I'll give you time to go potty. So, all right, I'll talk to you tomorrow morning then. Yeah, I'm in meetings tomorrow, but that's one I can take. Okay. All right. Can we have a motion about the time?
I make a motion to extend the meeting till 10:45.
Have a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. We are extended till 10:45. All right. We will move on to the next item. What's up? All right. Item 0413 EOP Emergency Operation Plan. Captain Lynn, welcome, sir. I think your mic's turned off. There you go.
Can you hear me now? Okay, thank you. Sorry. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm here to speak to you tonight about the 2026 King George Emergency Operations Plan update. The recommended action is adopt the 2026 King George County Emergency Operations Plan update as amended. Background, the Code of Virginia requires each locality to update and readopt their EOP every 4 years. The EOP outlines the county's response to disasters and large-scale emergencies. That's our playbook. Parts of the EOP were reviewed by the Virginia Department of Emergency Management. The current EOP expires in May. The 2026 draft incorporates best practices and lessons learned from past EOC activations, trainings, and exercises. A summary of the big changes in the 2026 EOP. It identified the Community Engagement Director as the EOC Public Information Officer, identified the emergency support functions that the state, federal and state agencies or private sector companies have overall responsibility for, updated charts, maps, and figures, and other minor edits to reflect changes in the county government structure and emergency management operations. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Any questions?
No.
Do these changes incur any costs to the county?
No, sir.
Do we take on any risk, added risk, because of this or responsibility?
No. It's just a reflection of how we've been operating.
Please.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we adopt the 2026 King George County Emergency Operation Update as presented.
Second.
Motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Sorry for making you sit through all that for that.
No problem.
All right, next up. Another action item, 04-14, nomination Northern Virginia Emergency Response System Inverse Region 5 Advisory Board. Howdy, Chief.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, good evening to you. This item is to appoint Captain Matthew Russell to the Northern Virginia Emergency Response System Region 5 Advisory Committee. I have full faith and confidence that Captain Matthew Russell will represent our county and our department well. As you know, there's a little bit of background. This new Inverse Region 5 has merged in with the Rappahannock EMS Council. So happy to answer any questions. I did provide a copy of his resume, and he's been with our department for 7 years now. So.
I'll make a motion to nominate Mr. Wait a minute, what is his name here?
Captain Matthew Russell.
Oh, sorry, I was reading my paper. Matthew Russell to the Northern Virginia Response Region 5 Advisory Committee for an unexpired term.
Second.
Properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
No.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Thank you, Chief. Thank you. And sorry again for making you sit through all that. Okay, and I've been informed that we do need to go back to the budget one more time.
So I was looking for clear guidance from the board. You know, I've got the 1%, the reducing the school transfer. We're coming back on May 5. Bless you. So I proposed a 10-cent real estate tax rate. I know I've already emailed Davenport. I'm calling you guys at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to see if we can do what Mr. Stroud is asking for the debt service. Is there any feeling guidance from the board on the tax rate? I mean, I kind of need to know where you guys stand. So I know Mr. Sullins is going to be reaching out to you, but if that's the case, I mean, I put some major cuts on the table at that work session. None of them were, I mean, we kept the comp plan, we put the comp plan back in, raises weren't adjusted for anybody, cert pay is still in there, step plan for fire rescue, convenience centers are still open 7 days a week. I mean, where do we, if the board is going to say, Matt, I only want a 5-cent tax rate increase, then we're going to need to cut $2.5 million out of the budget. We've already been line by line from every department. Where do I start looking? What will the board accept? Will the board accept convenience centers open 3 days a week and no raises for sheriff or cert pay? I mean, I don't know, what kind of guidance, what's the appetite for the board for my proposed 10-cent tax rate increase?
So for me personally, I can vote for the 10% increase after we've exhausted all the other options, and I don't feel like we've done that. We've talked about taking some of the general fund to pay down the CIP portion of the budget. That's a chunk. We've talked about paying the debt service this time with it. We've talked about paying off some of the smaller loans. I feel like Davenport may have some options, some ideas for us, and I feel like we're premature. And like Bill said earlier, are we sure we're comfortable with the assessments? I feel like we're pulling the trigger before we actually.
I don't mean to rush you guys. If there was specific guidance that you had for me.
Yep. And this goes back to what I was asking earlier. What are the big things with you guys? For me, it's making sure we've looked at these different options and we've ruled them out. Hey, what about this? Nope, won't work. What about, so kind of Ken's solutions earlier, hey, come, if you got a problem, come with an idea or a solution to back it up, to fix it. And once we've looked through those, and if it's still 10 cents, it's 10 cents. But I don't feel like we're giving everything the due diligence it needs.
Mr. Chair, I'd also add, I told you at the budget work session about my neighbor who doesn't really complain about a lot, but he wanted to know, if you're going to increase my taxes, what are you giving me for it? So being able to explain exactly what you're getting for the taxes you're paying.
You're not helping.
So is there anything else that was not on my slide that can help answer that question? What you're getting with FY27 budget? Anything else I can provide you to help answer those questions for your constituents?
How many Powerball tickets can we buy with what's in the general fund right now? I'm kidding, please. Take that off the record.
So I guess, is there anything else that, what are you getting for the FY27 budget that I haven't already presented?
Well, I guess it's a breakdown of what their tax dollars give them. I'm trying to be very simplistic, like you have, I don't know how to describe it right now, but it's like, what exactly do you get for it? What, I get fire and rescue, I get teachers that teach kids that maybe are in fire rescue. I'm just trying to quickly come up with an answer, but that's what I'm looking for. What do they get for their dollar? What's their bang for their buck?
Some of it's easy to explain. We've talked about it. We're recruiting strong teachers. We're retaining strong teachers. We're recruiting deputies. We're recruiting firemen and emergency rescue people, and retaining, the strong performers and the people that are doing well. We're giving them the equipment that they need. But again, though, these are kind of a broad brush thing. I would like something a little bit more specific to be able to share. again, going back to, have we exhausted the various options? Yeah, we increased our taxes a little bit, but by doing that, we've also paid down some of this debt, so that, you know, when the other revenues like the data center starts kicking in, hey, we can actually start really reducing taxes at that point as opposed to just leaving them level.
I feel,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, I feel pretty comfortable that if somebody wants to know where their tax dollars are going, I feel pretty comfortable now that I've been armed with the information I need to address that. But as a part of that slide, the key drivers, that 9.99 million debt in the general fund, that's where I think if we can reduce the taxes from, instead of going 10% to 5%, to trade off $2.5 million. If I can trade $2.5 million out of the unassigned general fund for somewhere, or this 9.99 million general, of the general fund, then that means it's only a 5% increase versus a 10%. Right?
That's not the solid guidance you were looking for, is it?
Oh, it helps me, but, you know, again, then what next year? You know, do we borrow, you know, we've been borrowing money from the general fund to balance the budget. Now we're borrowing money from the general fund to balance the budget.
That's not borrowing money.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
So
We keep using the word borrowing, it's not borrowing.
Okay.
They've been think of it as all through the year you've been putting money in a savings account.
So you pay, okay.
And you're taking the money from the savings account to buy your new truck or pay down your new truck, or, you know, so that the note ain't as high. Think of it that way.
Okay.
It's still the citizens' money,
right?
And rather than them having it, you know, sitting there in an account, if it keeps them from having to, you know, instead of taking their kids to get ice cream on Sunday because they don't have the money because they're paying higher taxes, well, now they take the kids to eat ice cream, and they took money out of their general fund account to be able to do that. I mean, that's.
I understand that. I got it now. Yep. I will definitely have that conversation with Davenport tomorrow. It's a good suggestion. I'll run it by them and get feedback sooner rather than later from Davenport.
I'll just say it now. I hope the public's listening, right? All the details are here. Your staff came and briefed all of us at the budget work session, and I'll be honest, the cuts that we could make easily were pennies. I think it was 100 and maybe 200K out of a $144 million budget. Now, that whole 144 is not ours, right? So what's our revenue part of that is $70 million and change, right? Minus state and federal contribution, right? So out of, okay, $80 million budget, we found like 200K. So when we have this public session on the first meeting in May, where we talk about the 60 cents, the tax rate, come with solutions. What service do we not provide going forward if you want something less? We will try to find, I like this idea of talking with, you know, can we do something with the unallocated general fund? But that's a 1-year fix. Long term, what's in there that they think we don't need?
You understand what he was asking with that? You know, that.
I would add one thing in there, because you've mentioned convenience centers, and I know Spotsy looked at this, is what would be the revenue if we cut 1 or 2 days from the convenience center?
Well, I asked that when,
and I'm not looking for the weekend
right?
days, I'm looking during the week, and what would be the best days? Because weekend days would get killed for that, because that's when people go, but I'm looking like days in the week.
No doubt we'll any days on it, but yes, those are those ideas. I mean, that entire budget for that code, you know, was $1 million. So.
Yeah, okay. That takes something away from the citizens. Like, are there places that can be cut that isn't taking something away from them? Because, I mean, we're going to be hit with stuff throughout the year. Somebody like, okay, what do we do with, you know, this building? What do you do with that building? I mean, there's, you know, things that are going to come up, and there's money that's going to come in that, you know, like Matt said, he was conservative in the budget. So he's gonna have a little leeway as things pop up. But if you use that, if you're not conservative, then you're just in an L-shaped ambush if it doesn't work out. Oh, you don't know what that is?
I know exactly what that is. I was looking around the room to see the confused faces.
Said it's a military term, I'll look it up later.
Nobody lives through it.
The bad guys do. All right. You ready to do your board report, or your county administrator report?
So, yeah, Mr. Dines, would you pull up the document that I sent you entitled, I think it was State Roads, State Secondary Roads?
And if you generate more questions, we're gonna start cutting your salary 1% for every minute you go past 10 o'clock.
Barrett. I believe it's just a Word document.
Can I say something while he's pulling that up? I have a note because I wanted to request a meeting with possibly with Miss Regina and, if she will, Miss Morgan, to address the means of ensuring we are accurately collecting the taxes on the food trucks, because you had experience with it, and maybe we have a meeting to discuss that.
All right, board. So what I've got here, I touched on it a little bit with Mr. Beal when he was at the podium. I didn't want to hijack his presentation. As you're aware, when Snow Creek happened, the two roads in Sedgwick Crossing, Sedgwick Court and Alberta Court, came to our attention of they should have been in the state system. They weren't. I know I'm repeating myself, but I said let me look at these. Let's do a comprehensive review. So we've gone through and what you have in front of you, what's on the slide here is a master list of all the roads. And I just wanted to bring some of these to your attention. Some of them come at no cost to the county. Some of them are just paperwork. Others, there's going to be some funds that, we need to think about how they're going to be funded to make sure that these roads, and I'm not pointing blame, it is what it is. They're not in the state system. They should have been. How are we going to fix this? So the first couple we're looking at are the bus loops. These are the easy ones. First of all, just demo the old middle school Route 9213. It can be abandoned. No cost to the county. We just need an abandonment resolution. That's an easy one. Next one, school board building up for St. Anthony's. I did have a talk with Dr. Boyd earlier this morning. Head Start will be vacating that building. So in the fall, they're moving them to the elementaries. So that's another bus route loop that can be abandoned. And really, the VDOT's responsibility is really snow removal. They're not going to come in and do an inspection. You've got cracked asphalt, come in, mill, and repave it. They're just really responsible to, is it traversable, and can we plow snow on it? Sealston Elementary, it is not in the state system, nor is King George Elementary. Talking with Mr. Beal, he says, Matt, we're not going to hold you guys' feet to the fire on this. As long as they're in decent condition, we can get their vehicles in, we're good. But they need to be added in so VDOT can justify plowing them in the event of a winter storm. Kitchen Drive, I know, here's the one Mr. Davis has been talking about up in his neck of the woods. So just the north part of the road needs to be brought into the system. It does require VDOT to look at a potential punch list. Kelly drove out there today, and then the picture that I've seen, it is crackling, or I'm not sure what the correct word is for that. So there will be a cost to the county here, and Mr. Beal brought up some alternative ways to pay for this. And then we'll have to, and I just go through this. I'm not going to read this word for word. You all can see it. Sedgwick Court, Alberta Court. This is just a paperwork issue. I'm not concerned about these. The county would not have to spend any money to get these into the system. Links Drive, I believe Mr. Solons. This is one where a constituent came up to you to ask about that. And so the inspection is required. There will be a cost. And then send the resolution. So Links Drive could cost us some money. Melody Lane, this is an interesting one. The route number is already posted on the site. but it's not in the state system, so I'm not sure how that had.
Was that the one that was in mine? I think it is, because there was one that came up during the Snowcrete, that there's a route number out there, but VDOT didn't come down
That
because
may be the one, I
I
forget.
think that's the one.
So, very similar to Sedgwick and Alberta Court, just a letter to VDOT. And the acceptance package was already sent to VDOT by King George County. And then, Mr. Beal said, I think this is one where VDOT may have dropped it. So that's going to be an easy one. Melody Lane to get into the system. And then lastly, we've got Grover Drive, Francis Folsom. So both need to be come in. Again, route numbers are posted out there, but they're not in. So usually whenever somebody calls our office, during the winter storm, my road's not plowed. One of my first questions is there a black and white route number sign? If they say yes, and they lived on Grover Drive, well, that's the confusion. There's a route number, so to the general public, it would appear that these are in the state system. However, they're not.
I have a question on Grover Drive, because I used to live on Francis Folsom. And Grover Drive is basically just goes to Wendy Moore's dentist office and then dead ends, because there possibly could be a development there. So how does that go for whether the development comes in or not? Does that include the whole thing? Or is that on the developer? I'm just asking because that's a
Right.
unique
No,
situation.
that's a good question. I think you have to look at it as it stands today. Yes, we have talked of potential development there, but as it stands today, they're not in the system officially.
So it would just go to where that realtor sign is. Okay.
Yeah. So I just wanted to make the board aware of this. This is the comprehensive list, obviously a lot larger than the two that we first thought. But I think this is the time to clean them up and get them right. So, Mr. Beal will be back. You guys authorized a public hearing at the next meeting. If you have any other questions on these, look at them, shoot them my way. Because there will be some funding that will be required to bring these into the state system. That's right. You guys have heard me talk a lot tonight. That's really the big thing that I wanted to talk about under my county administrator's report, unless you have any specific questions. But I'm going to say it again. The budget is an evolving document. It's been evolving since we first sent these out back in November of 25. And the feedback that I've gotten from the board is invaluable. So thank you for the guidance that you've given me. And if I'm asking the questions, I'm trying to think 3 steps ahead. Well, okay, what's the next question? How do we get here? How do we stay on track? But I really appreciate the input of all the all my department heads and from the board, and we're going to get there. And my next call, I'm going to get working on this 8 o'clock tomorrow. You can call me at 8:15. I have an answer for you, Mr. Solons. Okay, sounds good. If there's nothing else, that's the end of my report, sir.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. All right. At this time, we will open up the floor for secondary public comment to address meeting items only. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person in order to afford everyone an opportunity to speak. Please provide your full name and district when submitting your public comment so that it can be properly recorded and included in the public record. Anyone? Anyone? Come on up. Longest game of checkers ever, huh?
Right.
All right, I'll make it quick. I appreciate everything the board's examined tonight and everything that's been carefully control the spending. I also want to thank all the divisions for all their efforts and their cutting the costs, which ultimately was done on the 7th and the 10th of April. However, to keep the taxes low, something else has to be done. I will say it was quite difficult to print off the 173 pages for the CIP report on my printer at home, though I did so, but not all the pages are set up for home computers and printers, so some of the pages didn't print properly. However, I'm concerned about the many items that were approached here and were cut immediately. It seemed like a lot of the items, it was like no big deal. It's like, oh yeah, well, we don't need, that $18,000 vehicle. We can mark that off, or a maintenance vehicle. We can mark that off. When I see changes in a business like that, then I'm saying, what it seems like is it's more of a wish list than a true list of what is needed. Like I said, I noticed how easily they were cut off and clearly indicated that they were not truly an essential item, but rather they were a desired Christmas list. So I feel like that's something that can be addressed. I believe the divisions have overlooked some of the distinctions between a prudent budget and a wish list. And if you ran your household like this, you wouldn't last very long. So, if you bought a new vehicle, you want to keep that vehicle up. That way, you don't have to buy a new vehicle every 3 years. You can stretch it out every 7. So that's just the points I wanted to make on that. Points that I wanted to make with Mr. Metz and Mr. Stroud, I'd love to meet with you. You know, I've mentioned before meeting with you, so it'd be great to meet with you. My husband actually was the owner and operator of that particular business, so he would have more information, and I'm sure he'd be more than happy to give that to you. When it comes to the teachers and things, my husband did retire from King George. He's a teacher for 30 years, so I do have some, you know, between us, some insight on that. He was a math teacher, the merit base, I understand that, but there is some clauses that you have to look into that based on your hiring statuses when you were hired and things like that. The decompression, I'm not really sure what all that was because when my husband was hired, it was in 2008, and I never remember his salary being stifled. I'm sure it is true, but I'll say from a teacher wife's perspective, my husband's desire was to be a teacher. You know, he taught at a Christian school. His first salary was a whopping $10,000 a year. You know, he moved to Fredericksburg Christian. We got a whopping $18,000 a year. We thought we were making bank on that one. We almost doubled our salary. When you're a teacher, you're teaching kids because you love them, and that's what you're born to do. And so that's what he's always done, and that's what he retired from loving to do. If you want, when we meet, I can give you definitely different areas that I think, you know, if you want to say things that you can lower costs, I have definite ideas. I'm anti-solar, I'm anti-battery, and I'm anti-battery, which you already know. But I'm sure there's other things in the budget that I'm sure I can come up with ways that you can make money here and companies that you can contact.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Anybody else? Nope. All right, anybody online? Nope, excellent. Anybody else? Do you have any correspondence? No. All right, can we have a motion?
I'll make a motion, we adjourn the Board of Supervisors to May 5th at 5:30 in the boardroom of the Rivercombe Buildings located at 10459 Courthouse Drive, King George, Virginia.
Second.
Any discussion? Thought we said we were gonna do it here. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Chair votes aye. We are adjourned.